Hi everyone, this is Kevin Magnussen. Welcome to the new Racing Unleashed Esports series. And congratulations to all of you who have made it to this stage of the championship. You can expect close, competitive racing. But this is also your chance to showcase your talent and take the next step in your sim racing journey. Race fair, stay focused and enjoy it. Good luck and see you on track.
Racing is more than just driving fast. It's pushing the boundaries, feeling the adrenaline, and rewriting what's possible. Let's shape the future of motorsports together.
This is the RU Esports Series, a new era of sim racing, built for the world's fastest drivers, competed live and broadcast globally. With one of the largest prize pools in sim racing, RU Esports rewards performance at the highest level, across every race and across the entire season. The RU Esports Series is built on a clear competitive ecosystem. RU3 is the global entry point, open to anyone ready to compete. RU2 is the development tier, where rising talent proves they belong. RU1 is the flagship championship, the pinnacle of Racing Unleashed competition. Performance decides everything. Promotion and relegation ensure the best drivers rise, and every position must be earned. Unlike traditional online competitions, RU Esports is competed live, in person, at Racing Unleashed lounges around the world. Every driver races on identical simulators, under broadcast conditions, in a true professional esports environment. Each event is delivered with broadcast-level production, live timing, telemetry, and global streaming, bringing elite sim racing to fans everywhere. This is the pathway to the top of sim racing. This is the RU Esports Series.
Good afternoon, good morning, wherever you are across the world. Welcome back to Racing Unleashed for round 2 of the RU1 and RU2 championship. But round 1 of RU3. Yes, it makes its long-awaited return here in the second month of action here in 2026. And I'm joined this week and for the rest of the season by a very special guy, a commentator who's going to help me out. Dan, welcome to the commentary box. It's a pleasure to have you here, and I'm looking forward to getting this one underway.
It's my privilege and my pleasure to be here, Matthew. I really cannot wait for a fantastic day of racing, such a unique championship like RU Esports. It is going to be an incredible day of racing we've got ahead, and I can't wait for it to get started.
It's going to be a fantastic day. The RU3 format allows us to have 2 races, 2 sprint-type format races, if you will, across 2 different circuits. The first one is the track that they have all been qualifying at through this period of getting into RU3, and that is Donington Park. And then we'll head to Vallelunga, where they'll both have a qualifying session for each race and get into them races. The format, pretty simple, just a 20 minutes round, roughly in terms of laps, 20 minutes of racing time. So not a lot of time for the drivers to get things wrong in qualifying and have to work their way forward in the race.
No, absolutely. I mean, you've got to be on the ball from the very beginning, and I think it's a great way to start off the very popular RU3 Championship, where new drivers can make their name in the RU Esports Series. We should have a lot of new drivers coming into the series, looking to make their mark today across two very fantastic and challenging circuits. We're having a look now into the centres, and I mean, what a fantastic environment to be racing in like this.
Yeah, absolutely beautiful places to come and visit, whether you're in Munich, Madrid, or in Switzerland itself. It is absolutely fantastic pieces of equipment that they have on store here at Racing Unleashed. The Evo 2 simulators, as they are called, are brilliant pieces of machinery for the drivers to really try and feel that immersive experience while sat inside the cockpit, to try and give them that little bit more of a feel to the real world thing. As you can see there in the background on the screen behind some of the drivers there in Madrid, they are going through Donington Park in their practice session, with qualifying due to get underway momentarily. But the format for this RU3, it's like we said, it's the fastest drivers through a qualifying phase, which was held between March the 11th and March the 20th. Now, these fastest drivers, the top 19 of them, was all then granted the permission to be onto the grid. It was the fastest 19 we had, and that allowed them to be here for Donington Park and Vallelunga today. Race 2 is obviously next month on the 26th of April, and race 3 the 24th of May. Now, the interesting thing here with this as well is there is a promotion and relegation sort of challenge to go for. After those 3 races, the top driver, at least, I'm not sure if it's top 1 or top 2, but could be promoted into that RU2 section, with the RU2 bottom driver dropping down. So it's interesting to see who will go about their business in this RU3 championship. If you want to check it out, take a look at our lounges. There are the 4 locations: the Circle at Zurich Airport. You've then got the secondary of the Zurich lounges right in the heart of Zurich city centre, the Motorworld building in Madrid, in Munich, and of course Madrid there at the bottom. 4 of our locations where you have to go, and you have to be in one of them racing lounges to qualify for this event, and then to obviously take part in the race at the end of the month. So with everything being done, it looks like practice is over, and we're about to get ready to go for qualifying in this race, in this session in a moment. It looks like Zurich are still having a bit of a practice session so far, so we'll keep our eyes on that from Zurich. We've got 19 drivers out here, Dan, who are all looking to try and fight for that promotion spot after these 3 months of racing, to then, after the summer break, be into that RU2 series.
Absolutely, and being in that position where you have the chance to make your way up in through the ranks of RU2 and to possibly eventually RU1, it really creates an incentive not only to win every single race that you possibly can, but even when you're down and out, you still have that incentive to keep on going, and it creates an urgency for RU2 drivers as well, not to get relegated into the 3rd tier. So it really does create that level of competition. And when you're in these fantastic simulators here with motion technology and triple huge screens, I mean, I can't imagine that these guys are going to be letting off the gas anytime soon. It is really exciting to see what the RU Esports Series can be.
And the interesting thing, like Dan has just said there, they've not really had this pressure of the relegation format halfway through a season. So this could just make for some more interesting racing in that RU2 series. RU1 is set in stone for the rest of the year, and that won't be touched until the end of the year, but it's that battles between 2 and 3 that are going to be interesting over these next 3 months. So if the drivers thought they had it easy in RU2 last month, they've now got to start working harder. You can see in our Zurich lounge there, the practice has just ended at Donington Park. So one of our drivers there just coming through the Craner curves, and this is going to be an interesting one to get underway. Now, the RU3 calendar will always be different as well to RU2 and RU1. That is another thing to notice there. The drivers will, the one track on the day, because obviously we have the 2 races through the day, the first track will always be the track they qualify at. The second track will be left as a mystery up until the weekend of the race. So we don't know the full calendar as of yet either. But a lot of new faces and a couple of returning faces. That man there, Unai Maroto, one of our youngest competitors on the grid. He's going to be a force to be reckoned with here. But we've also got Samuel Barkle. He's been with us before in the past. Michael Waversick, great to see him back in the car as well as Tiziano Caponio. So keep your eyes on some of these drivers who we may have seen around the Racing Unleashed world before, and a lot of new faces to go with that. On the grid. But the drivers now will be preparing for their qualifying lap and will be getting ready to go in this session. And Dan, Donington Park, not the easiest of circuits to overtake on, so qualifying could be important.
Oh, absolutely. And Donington is it's a classic circuit here in, I believe it's in Derbyshire, if I'm not mistaken, or near Leicester, around that area. But you're absolutely right. It is a very difficult track to go to, lots of long sweeping corners, and it's going to be great to see some side-by-side action today. Here is the grid that we have at this evening. Drivers competing across Europe in our 3 different locations here. It is so exciting to see. I can't wait to get underway.
It's an interesting one, and look at the nationalities here. We've got a South African on the grid as well. Sebastian Volans, great to see some different nationalities represented on the grid. Nico Moser, he was with us a couple of times in the past as well. Michael Waversick there, the Austrian driver, obviously heavily Swiss, Spanish, and a couple of German drivers in there, to say the least. We've got the Portuguese driver of David Sobriero in that cockpit as well. So they're the 19 drivers that will be taking to the qualifying session in just a few moments' time. And this will be interesting to see what will happen. It is the full Grand Prix layout of the Donington Park circuit. It isn't the national layout here, so the full Grand Prix section of this track will be in use. And it's just poses to be a great day of action here at Racing Unleashed. And of course, a different car for the Racing Unleashed grid as well. And that is another interesting thing to keep our eyes on, because the car is also that little bit different. Obviously, we've got the F2 and the F1 type cars in the RU1 and RU3 sections of the race, as I'm just trying to find where the cars was. I did have it loaded up just a moment ago. There we are. The RU3 car will race in the Formula RSS3 2026 V6 car. So that is what it will be. All cars, as we know, are fixed setups and equal performance for conditions to all drivers. This is obviously the Formula RSS2 V6 is used for the RU2, and then the Formula RSS Hybrid will be used for the RU1 drivers. So yet again, another different car, and no push to pass for these drivers as well. So no additional overtaking tools to help them down some of these straights here at Donington Park.
Yeah, it's just raw skill that you need here at Donington, and it's a very tricky circuit to get over one lap, and that is what these drivers are going to have in qualifying. Just one attempt at it, one crack at the whip to try and place themselves on the grid. 19 drivers is no small grid here today, with a difficult circuit and new cars. I can imagine that it's going to be very difficult. But I believe qualifying has got underway. We should expect to see some drivers out on circuit very soon.
We are indeed. And don't forget, if you are new to Racing Unleashed, the qualifying format is that it is a solo qualifying. The drivers will not be able to see each other on the grid. It is all down to them and what they can do. So there is no distractions. It is all about them getting their lap in. We're on with Samuel Barkle here as he exits the Fogarty S's and down towards the Melbourne hairpin. He will come as he prepares to start his one and only lap in qualifying. And the trickiest part of the circuit for me, these two hairpins, because it's so easy to outbrake yourself just that little bit and run off. It seems easy, but when you race it, it is a lot more difficult, as he goes onto the grass a little bit there, and Barkle will now put the foot to the floor, and he comes across the line, down the start-finish straight towards Redgate Corner. Comes Samuel Barkle to start his qualifying, crosses over the pit exit line to open that corner entry, very wide through turn one, onto the grass he goes, and that's already his lap pretty much ruined there, as he comes through Hollywood, down the Craig curves, now back to the left, try and keep it flat out through there, before picking your braking zone up into that old hairpin. Greedy on the curb, use as much on the outside. Coming through this left-hand bend, up towards the Schwantz curve. On the left-hand side now, braking hard into McLean's, down a couple of gears. Wait for the throttle to be applied, and through you go. Coppice, blind entry corner as you rise up the hill. Keep waiting before you can straighten that car up. And down now the back straight you come. Used to be known as the Dunlop straight back in the day. And towards the Fogarty S's, you approach right, left, then right again, as greedy as you can, over the two curves before heading towards that Melbourne hairpin. And for Samuel Bartle here, it's going to be damage limitations, you feel, in this qualifying session after what happened at turn 1. Through Melbourne, he goes and powers out up towards Goddard's for the final time in this qualifying session. And what lap time will he be able to set? That is going to be the important thing to keep our eyes on. Where will he be on this grid? As he rounds Goddard's towards the checkered flag, he will come, and over the line he goes, and it puts him with a 1:19.6, a little bit down the order, as we just await for the timing tower to recognise his time. May not have actually set a lap time, may have been invalid down at the outside of turn 1. Not the start Samuel would have wanted there.
No, very difficult start for Samuel Bartle, and it looked shaky before he even started the lap. He went wide at Goddard's, the final corner, and then went wide at turn at number 1. So I believe he did invalidate that lap. He will be starting towards the tail end of the field. Should have 2 more minutes to go in qualifying. I actually believe everyone has finished their laps now, which means Unai Marotto will start ahead of the Portuguese driver, David Sobrero.
Yeah, he will indeed. And Unai Marotto is going to be the driver, I think, to keep your eyes on in this session, because he looks like he's got the pace. He's been with Racing Unleashed now for a little while, racing in what used to be known as the Challenger League, which is now RU2. Obviously, he was in the RU3 series back at the end of last year. Didn't manage to qualify for that RU2's championship going into the start of this year. So this is now Unai's opportunity. Very young lad, only in his mid-teens, I do believe. So an opportunity for Unai here to just try and make that step up over these next 3 races. Again, coming then after the summer break, he would have to learn a new car. But this is where we're at. Unai has got to nail these sections of RU3 to get into that RU2 period. There is David Sobrero then, the old P2 man in the Madrid lounge. Just a reminder as well, if you do want to qualify or try and have your chance to qualify for RU3, you can do so. Qualification periods open up around the middle of next month, so towards the, I think around the 10th, 11th of next month, and ready for the race on the 26th. You have to go to one of our racing lounges in Munich, in Madrid, or in Zurich to do your qualification times and get to see if you can be on the racing grid for RU3 for next time out. If you do want to check anything, please do head over to racing-unleashed.com on the internet to find out all the information, or join the Discord as well, and the Discord server will be able to help you with any information going forward on RU3 in the future. But Dan, the drivers now will be sat in their simulators just waiting and maybe chatting with friends, as we can see there, and just thinking about what they're going to do in this 20-minute race.
Absolutely. It is a very short run that these drivers will have to really make their mark at the beginning of this RU3 season. We've seen a couple of shots of these drivers, and I got to say the pole sitter, Unai Marotto, looks composed as ever. He could be in a fantastic position to really stamp his authority at the beginning of this season. And what a circuit to do so. Donington is iconic in its history in racing, and it's a fantastic venue for the start. There is Samuel Bartle looking disappointed, I gotta say, in that cockpit with his attempt. Of course, we spectated him in qualifying, and it seemed like the lap was over before it really started. And David Schoenfeld looking to have a little nap in his cockpit there, but yeah, it's all smiles all around. Everyone's having a good time here in RU3.
They are indeed. And it's great to see this man, Michael Waversick, such a great guy. I absolutely butchered his name on the first time I commentated on him, and he politely corrected me on how to say it. But what a guy Michael Waversick is. It's great to have him back in the simulators, one of our older competitors. And it's great to see him out there on the grid. You saw a lot of the drivers as well in the background. You saw the likes of, from the Munich lounge, the likes of Mohamed Ramsey and Sinan Demirbas, Michael Schmiedel, all there waiting to go. But the qualifying for today's race, Michael Waversick will be in 19th place, so ignore the fact he's at the top of the graphic there. It is Unai Morotto on pole position from David Sobriero. Lucas Egar is in P3 from Navin Schwartzman. Jan Frickeschent is in P5 from Julian Amann. Nico Mossa in P7 from Tiziano Caponio. Aaron Schutz is then ahead of Sebastian Vollens in P10. Loris Neef in P11 from Adrian Sanchez. David Schoenfeld from Joel Meyer. Alvaro Garcia, Emmanuel. Oh, geez, I've lost it. 16th place is the Spaniard from then Francesco Ritoca and Samuel Bartle. The name has absolutely just left me there. Michael Waversick will be 19th on the grid.
Emiliano.
As we get ready. Yeah, Emiliano, thank you. It just wouldn't come out for some reason at all there. Would not come out. So apologies there to Emiliano. Would not come out. I've been practicing all yesterday as well. We always get a name wrong across this course of the weekend. That's why we love it. What's Unai Morotto got to do though, Dan, from pole position? He's the man who's going to be leading them away from the start line. He's got to get off to a good start.
Oh, absolutely. And I mean, it's a very tight-knit top four. They're separated by less than 0.4 of a second. We saw Morotto. Sobrero gave us a little wave. There is Lucas Egger starting in third position. And then Navin Schwarzman. I hope I've said that one right. Starting in fourth. They're separated by just under 0.4. The top 10 roughly by 1.5 seconds. So it's a relatively spread out field. But of course, setting one time over the course of one lap is a hell of a lot different to 20 minutes of racing here. So a lot of excitement left to be had. It's all about the start here, getting ahead early, and then just leading the race for Unai Morotto. It'll be the challenge and task of David Sobrero, Lucas Egger, and Navin Schwarzman to really apply the pressure early.
Just seeing in the virtual grandstand, aka the chats on the live broadcasts, a friend of mine is saying that's easy for you to say, Matt. So no doubt you'll give me some stick over the next couple of weeks for that one. But yeah, you can see the lounges look really great now. We've got RU3 underway as well, because we've got all the RU2 and RU1 drivers, as well as friends, family, and viewers coming in to sit and watch. It's a great atmosphere in all of the lounges today, and this is going to be interesting for us to keep our eyes on. The kind of atmosphere we get to see towards the end of the season, with the cheering and supporting of your fellow countrymen or people representing your lounge. If we remember back to a month ago in RU1 and RU2, Ciro Zambra took the pole and race win in RU1 for the Zurich lounge, and then Nestor Garcia took the pole and the win for the Madrid lounge as well. So that just adds a second pole position to the Madrid lounge in terms of RU3. With Unai Morotto there. So interesting to just keep our eyes on. And I got sent an email this week from our racing director, Connor, who's done us a tables of the points between each sort of locations. So Zurich Airport, Madrid, Zurich City and Munich. And it's just interesting to keep your eyes on that as a broadcaster, as a commentator, to just see who's doing what in each lounge, not just overall in the championship. So we'll be able to keep our eyes on this across the RU3. David Sobrero there, just got a little wait before we get onto the grid. Headsets off. What are you as a driver, Dan, thinking at this sort of stage before you're waiting to get this race underway? What's going through your mind?
Everyone's got their own, pre-race ritual. Me personally, I'd like to sort of, really focus in, get my breathing right, hydrate. But other drivers, they like to, have a chat with their friends, just relax a little bit. So it's all about your own personal preferences. But it seems like most drivers are just sitting cool, calm and collected, staring at their screen, waiting to get underway. So a lot of composure on display here, and having all these shots of these fantastic facilities across Europe. I'm just wondering, when are we getting one in the United Kingdom, Matthew? I mean, this is fantastic.
Hey,
place.
I've been waiting for 4 and a bit years for one to come to the United Kingdom, so we're still waiting. Hopefully one does come to the UK though, because that would be absolutely fantastic to have one in the UK, to get some UK drivers out there on the grid. That's the only drivers that are missing. A couple of UK drivers, as we can see there is Connor and Sebastian sat there on the left at the table, our racing director and sporting director as well there. And there is Race Control, who I have always said, and I stand by this comment, they are the busiest people and they have the hardest job in all of sim racing. We get to talk about it. The drivers race it. They have to make the right decisions at the end of the day for any instance that needs looking at.
Oh yeah, absolutely. It's such a high pressure job role, and I really do commend anyone who would subject themselves to being a race director. So yeah, massive kudos to all of them and to everyone behind the scenes as well in making this fantastic esports series possible. And RU3, I mean, it's a new season, it's a new challenge for these drivers in new cars and new circuits. I mean, it's all very exciting in this space.
It is indeed. You see our live cameraman there in Zurich City, just keeping our eyes on the drivers as he's fully focused and locked in. There, he has a little cheeky smile to the camera. He wants to zone in on that screen and just visualise that Donington Park circuit. There is Madrid, ready to go once again. A lot of the drivers in the background with family members and friends as well. I can just see Adrian Gomez, Augustin Torlacci in there as well. So great to see a few of them boys ready to go for the race this afternoon as we prepare for RU3 for the second time in Racing Unleashed. Obviously, we had the 3 RU3 races at the back end of last year, and that was the interesting, that was the sort of setup into RU2 for this year. And this is now a chance for these drivers to prove themselves over the next 3 months to see whether or not they will be able to qualify. And if you have just joined us once again, the RU3 Championship, it serves as the entry point level into Racing Unleashed, which will open up drivers who can try and qualify for RU3. The qualifications, drivers aren't necessarily guaranteed a spot every month. They have to qualify to be on that grid. But after the first 3 races before the summer break, they have that opportunity, if they are sitting in a good position in the championship, to move up into RU2 with an RU2 driver or 2 coming down. So the qualifiers are important. RU3 drivers almost have that double sort of pressure. They've got to, 1, try and qualify to be on the RU3 grid, Dan, but then 2, they've got to try and do well enough to get into RU2.
I know it's a really unforgiving space. I mean, you have to be perfect, and with these races being as short as they are, you really have no room for error. Of course, 2 sprint races we are expecting today, so in the RU3 category. So, I mean, there's a lot of pressure on these guys, and I definitely do not envy the position they are in. I mean, the physical position they're in, being in the cockpits, I envy them massively. But in that mental space, I mean, it will be very difficult to really focus when you've got that pressure week on week to qualify, and then, of course, actually perform in those races. There's no guarantee that they'll be on the grid. So it's really a difficult position for them to be in. But it seems like they're all smiles here, just waiting to get underway. And it's really adding to the tension, I believe, that they've been sat for this amount of time. Normally, when you're doing a race, you're out of qualifying, a couple minutes later straight into the race, but a lot of work going behind the scenes. It adds to the tension for these guys.
It does indeed, adds to the tension, and just gets that pressure just starting to creep in a little bit. The nerves will be there as well for the first race of the season. Remember, the second race comes on the 26th of April and then the 24th of May, rounding out the first part of the Spring Championship for RU3 before the Fall Championship starts in the 18th of October. Obviously, our RU2 and RU1 calendar we'll get into a little bit later on in the programme, because we do have RU2 and RU1 coming up for you after these 2 RU3 races. It is going to be an action-packed day. As you can see there from our live camera crew, the drivers are on the grid, ready to go in this race. We're just getting last preparations. A shoes come off there, so we've got the shoes off in the simulator, just being passed to a parent or friend. It must mean business there. The shoes are off.
That's when you know. That's when you know it's serious.
It's normally the gloves are off, the saying, isn't it, that the shoes are off today? So we'll see what will happen for some of these drivers. As you can see there on the monitors, they're already on the grid, and we'll fly through it now with your grid order. Unai Morato will line up on pole position alongside David Sobrero then in P2 on the first row of the grid. Row number 2 will be Lucas Egger there then in third place. Alongside him will be Navin Schwartzman. P5 for Jan Friskenhecht in the yellow and purple car, and then Julian Amann will be in the light blue Racing Unleashed livery. Nico Mossa in the red and blue alongside Tiziano Caponio in the yellow and black car. The blue and white one for Aaron Schutz will be alongside the red and yellow of Sebastian Volans. Loris Neef will be in the two different shades of blue, if you will, and the white car with the green car of Adrian Sanchez alongside him. David Schonfield in the red, white and green liveried car with Alvaro Garcia in the yellow and purple. Emiliano in the red, pinkish and white liveried looking car there with Samuel Bartle, purple and white alongside him. Joel Meyer in the red and pink car towards the back. Lovely looking livery on that one. And then the bright green and black of Francisco Ritoca further at the back. And Michael Waversick in the red, orange and black lining up last on the grid. And you will see in RU2 and RU1 a few new liveries from the drivers who have had them done. So keep your eyes on that. As we're in the heart of, well, I say the heart, we're on the edge of Leicestershire, Derbyshire and Nottinghamshire. Right next to East Midlands Airport, which is just over the back wall by McLean's. And we are about to get the lights on screen to get this race underway for the first time in RU3 this season. The lights appear on the screen. We wait for them to go red as the revs start to rise here at Donington Park. The lights are on. It's a long hold, but it is green and go, and it is a good start from Unai Moratto from that pole position spot. Already starting to come over to cover off David Sobrero in towards Redgate corner. There you go. A couple of movers and shakers down the field, but a great start from our leaders. That's somebody just running out wide on the exit of Redgate. Now, Craner curves. How brave are you to go side by side down here as Lucas Egger then on the back of Navin Schwartzman for that third place early on in this one. 15-lap race here at Donington Park. And a great start from everybody, Dan, as they head up towards McLean's.
They've kept it very, very clean overall. We've seen a swap in position between Navin Schwartzman and Lucas Egger. And Egger, as you can see on your screen, look at the motion simulation that these beautiful simulators have. Moratto, it's been a dream start from him. He's pulling away from David Sobrero. Aaron Schutz, the shoes are off for him. He is right in the thick of things as they approach the S's for the first time.
As they approach the Foggy S's for the first time and come down towards the Melbourne hairpin. Looking like Aaron Schutz is trying to set up a move around the outside. You can get around the outside of the Melbourne hairpin. It will put you on that inside line. And he has been absolutely forced off the road there. By that of Tiziano Caponio, was not letting him through. Oh, now Caponio is into the car ahead of him is Julian Aman, and Schutz there just catches the spinning Aman and manages to gain 2 places. But Caponio there forcing Schutz onto the grass and then into the back of Aman. That may be looked at by race control as we go further forward in this race. But your race leader, 1.4 out in front already. Moratto's got away well.
He stretched an absolutely fantastic advantage early on. Sobrero is feeling the pressure from Schwartzman behind. We are having a look further back down the order at Sebastian Volans running in P10, trying to catch Julian Aman at the minute, who is looked to be undamaged, I believe. I believe it was very light contact that sent him into a spin at the final corner, but he's still feeling that pressure from Volans. We've got a fantastic drone shot here following these drivers approaching the back straight for the second time today. A 15-lap race ahead of us. Still a decent ways to go here today, and still everything to play for.
Everything to play for indeed as Sebastian Volans comes through the Foggy TSs, and Egger now has got around the outside of Schwartzman then, and has got the job done before even heading into Goddard. So up into P3 for Egger now, and can he try and make his way further forward onto David Sobrero? Let's keep our eyes on that as Jean in the background. Moratto, fastest lap of the race, absolutely charging at the moment, on board with that of Jean. Coming in towards Redgate on the back of Schwartzman here, and just trying to have a look through. Little slidey for a couple of cars through Redgate corner there then. And he's got Nico Mossa right behind him at the moment. Down towards the old hairpin, there you go. And he gets a good run through the old hairpin, runs a little wide though onto the grass. They carried the momentum coming up through the Schwantz curve. He's on the outside line for McLean's. He'd rather have been on that inside line and has to just sit and wait behind again. But for Jean here, he's looking racy and looking to try and get this move done.
Absolutely, he's all over the back of Schwartzman, who's struggling to keep up with Egger in front of him, and Frischknecht is right in the wheel tracks as they approach the Fogarty S's. He's not going to be close enough to really amount a challenge this time by, but he's looking very racy at the start. He's very aggressive on the second part of the corner. He's got a fantastic run as they approach the Melbourne hairpin. Looking to the inside is Jan Frischknecht, and he'll make the move up the inside. The switchback could be on here for Schwartzman, but Mossa is right on the inside as well and can't find that re-overtake. So Jan Frischknecht, that was a move that was a lap in the making. He's made his way up into P4 and now tracking down Egger.
It was always going to happen, wasn't it? It was a matter of when, not if, Frischknecht there. But a lovely move. He really sent it and committed to the send. A great bit of driving. But now it's all about what can Nico Mossa do on the back of Schwartzman as well as can Frischknecht catch onto the back of Egger here. Just looking at the timing screens in front of me at the moment. Last lap times all pretty similar. Apart from Unai Morotto, the only man in the 116s absolutely flying out front so far in this race. As here is Nico Mossa now, with the Formula 3 cars, the RSS Formula 3 just powering through this Donington Park circuit. Bit of a moment over the curb there on the exit of McLean's for Schwartzman, and Nico Mossa will not have an easier overtake to make than that. And looked like the car just bottomed out on the curb, and it just put him into a bit of a twix here for Schwartzman. And off he went then, and down to 6th place, just starting to tumble down the grid. Michael Waversick is up to 12th place from P19. So what a start to this race for Michael Waversick as we're 4 laps in. And here's Loris Neath then on the back of that of Sebastian Vollens.
I think Vollens must have made a mistake somewhere along the road. He's lost a whole heap of time to Julian Amann in front of him, and this will leave him vulnerable to Nath in behind as a new fastest lap of the race for David Sobrero. So as much as we're praising, and that's a bad run from Vollens there, as much as we're praising Morotto for his pace, Sobrero is keeping him humble as they approach the first corner once again. Vollens is going to be able to hold off Nath for the time being, but they remain in the top 10, fighting for that final 10th position. And it's been a fantastic battle between these two.
It has indeed, and so far Nath has just got to try and just stay with the car in front of Vollens. Just maybe do what we saw that of Frischknecht do to Schwartzman, and just look to set him up as the lap goes on. Your real overtaking opportunities here are down at the 2 hairpin corners. It's about setting the driver up in front throughout the remainder of the lap near enough. Here at Donington Park, you've really got to be on your toes as you drive around this beautiful circuit. Dropping down the hill, and you'll drop down the hill once more under the braking into the chicane. There you go. Great run there behind there from Nath, who gets a lovely run through the Foggy S's and down the inside towards the Melbourne hairpin, and through goes Nath. That was an outstanding run through the chicane there from the young man.
Yeah, brilliant move there from Loris Nath there. And Vollens, I don't think, was expecting it whatsoever. And he's going to send an almighty challenge down the inside, locks the front left tyre. And Loris Nath says, see ya, bye, thank you, man. And he goes back down the inside. We check further back up the order, just one position ahead. Julian Amann is challenging Samuel Bartel. By the way, he's had a fantastic getaway in this race, considering we witnessed his qualifying lap. He's stayed out of all the drama, now finds himself in 8th position.
Yeah, now finds himself in 8th position, and not far off the back of 7th of Schutz either. So we'll keep our eyes on Bartel in this race. As we can see there is Julian Amann from the live camera crew in Zurich City Centre. Coming through Coppice he goes. And down the back straight now towards the Fogarty S's, just sat in that slipstream chain at the moment. Remember, if you are a regular viewer to Racing Unleashed, these drivers do not have push to pass at their disposal. It is pure driver skill and talent and pure driver pace, as Unai Morotto has taken back the fastest lap in this race. And the top 2 are in a league of their own at the moment, because they're 3 seconds clear of Egger in this one then. And Egger's got Frischknecht all over the back of him coming down towards Redgate Corner. And Schwartzman hasn't been dropped by Mossa at the moment. He's still within touching distance as well. And then we've got the 3 of Schwartz, Bartel and Amann in the background as well. But Frischknecht here will be trying to get a bit closer for that podium as we jump back to Amann now through Redgate Corner. Literally under the rear wing of Bartel, just in front. He's going to look to the outside of the Crater Curves. That is absolutely brave from Amann. And what a move through the inside of the old hairpin. brave to flick the car to the outside line at the last part of the Craner curves. And Julian Amann there, absolute take a bow. What a manoeuvre.
Brilliant move. That might be up there for move of the race. I mean, that was a fantastic and gutsy overtake to make his way up another position in this race. So he's been unfazed by the contact with Caponio earlier on, and he's still finding himself in a top 10 position as we're checking back in with the battle for the final spot on the podium. Frischknecht's been dropped ever so slightly by Egger on this last lap, and this is inviting Mosser and Schwartzman back into the battle. So we've got a really nice 4-car fight essentially for the final spot on the podium. So the gap to the leader has been put on your timing tower. 2.2 separates Morotto and Sobrero. That gap changes all the time, but Morotto has been in control of this race. We're checking back in with the battle for 10th.
Yep, down back to 10th place with Naif, Volland, and then Caponio, who's got onto the back of these two as well. Waversick and Mayer not far back in the background as well. We're halfway through this race now, so the drivers will be just getting settled and into a nice rhythm, you'd hope, as there is still half the race to go with plenty of battles. And don't forget, the RU3 drivers have that second race at Vallelunga to come a little later on. Also, Volland's here, using that slipstream, getting a good run up in towards the Schwantz curve. Now having a look at the inside line at McLean's. Can't get it done there, and that's just cost him a bit of momentum and has put him into the clutches now of Tiziano Caponio, who had a look into Coppice. Backed out of that one, though. And through they go once again, down the back straight for the 8th time of asking. And this battle just ebbing and flowing ever so slightly here. It looks like Volland gains onto the back of the car ahead, gets a poor run through a corner and puts him into the clutches of Caponio.
Yeah, Volland has struggled through the S's through there, and Caponio too late on the brakes, goes into the back of Sebastian Volland, and it seems no harm there, but that's the second time in this race that Caponio has missed his braking point ever so slightly. He runs into the back of Volland, they run as they are, so there's not been too much foul play there. But still, he's got to be careful on those brakes. These are very difficult cars to drive. New to these drivers as well. You've got to give them some leeway there. But nevertheless, got to get that one right. We're checking back in with Schutz and Amann. The battle for 7th position. Samuel Bartel is also involved in this fight as well. He's just hanging back, got the best view in the house. But I got to say, ours is looking very nice as well with this fantastic drone shot through turn number 8 at Coppice and down the back straight.
Down the back straight they go, and Julian Amann, who put that great move on Bartel a couple of laps ago, with trying to just set up that of Schutz just in front as he gets a good run through the chicane. Does he decide to have a look into the Melbourne hairpin? He does. A little late look up the inside. Goes Amann, and he's leaving them late today. Oh, and just maybe a bit of contact there. That's going to allow Bartel to come through and get 2 places. Amann's still on that inside line, though, going in towards Goddard's. Bartel trying to hang it around the outside. Not sure what happened. We was on the camera a little bit further away from the circuit. Definite contact. But did Amann try and force then Schutz out of room? Or was it just a bit of a coming together? We'll hopefully get a replay and see what happened in that one a few moments' time. But yeah, Amann then keeps hold of the position that he's just gained from Schutz, and Bartel gains one as well. That's put Schutz 1.2 seconds behind the pair of these, but well clear of Nath in this race at the moment. Unai Morotto now over 2 seconds his gap, as he just keeps taking a 10th or 2. Took 5 tenths out of Sobrero on the last lap, so he's absolutely on a charge at the moment. It really is a 2-horse race there. We see, yeah, it just looked like Amann just didn't keep that lock on the steering wheel there and just made contact with Schutz going on the exit of the corner.
And that's the second time that Schutz has been run out wide there in this race. So it's a very unfortunate corner, the Melbourne hairpin, for him there. I'm sure the race directors will be looking at it as we've got the live shot of Jan Frischknecht following in the wheel tracks of Lucas Egger. He's not been as close as he once was in the last couple of laps or so, but he's still trying to track down. We are approaching the final 5 laps of this race, the final third of round number 1, race number 1 here in RU3. And if this race is anything to go by, then we are in for a fantastic season of RU3 in the Racing Unleashed Esports series. And it's been a sensational drive from all 19 drivers here today so far.
It has indeed. It's been really good to watch for the opening RU3 race of the spring season as we enter towards Vallelunga a little later on in the programme. Been a good drive, and Bartle trying to now get back on the rear of Aman. And here we go, Tiziano Caponio is ahead of Volans now, so he's managed to get past Volans at some point. And if you look in the background, there's Waversick and Mayer then, who have come to this party as well. So a little five-way fight here for the top 10 positions. Just trying to maybe pick up an extra couple of points or two, as there is Tiziano Caponio coming through Coppice corner. He's going to try and chase down Naif now, just over a second behind. So we've got a good little scrap here for this top 10 and final points position in this championship race so far. So great to see. Bartle looks a bit closer to Aman this time around as they enter towards Goddard's hairpin. So Bartle just maybe getting a little closer this lap.
So we saw the attack from Aman a couple of laps ago, and now we have to see the defence from Samuel Bartle following in towards turn number 1. Here is Samuel Bartle looking very nice and composed as they take towards the first corner once again. We're checking back in with David Sobrero, looking to try and get through some lapped drivers here. He's been able to find his way through. He's still keeping touch with Marotto, and one mistake from Unai could spell Sobrero's glee in this race, if you were to put it that way. But the way that Marotto's been driving, that seems very, very unlikely. And of course, there is a racing legend known as the commentator's curse. So we're hoping that that won't affect Marotto in any way, shape or form. But there he is. We haven't really seen him on screen at all in this race.
No, he's got away from the start, hasn't he? As he puts a lap there on one of the back markers, and he's just in cruise control, Unai Marotto. And I think Marotto's the one to keep your eyes on in this RU3 championship. It looks like David is going to keep him honest, at least. But I think Marotto's the one to keep your eyes on in this RU3 championship. Egger here has just pulled away a little bit more from Frischknecht. So Frischknecht not able to stick with Egger in this race. And it actually looks like Mosser is just maybe getting a little bit closer. This is interesting, though. Aman and Bartle, who have opened their gap up a little bit more to each other, are gaining on Schwartzman then. So Schwartzman, who's just not had that race pace today to compare to his qualifying pace, is just now being caught by the two behind a little bit. Lap 13 of 15, so we've still got a couple of laps to go. But Aman's got to get on with this if he wants that P6.
Absolutely, Schwartzman was great in qualifying. He was in that top 4 that were separated by less than 0.4 of a second, and he's really fallen off in the race. He hasn't been slow, but he's lost a lot of positions. He's made mistakes. He ran wide off the exit of McLean's at one point, so it's been a difficult race for him. Aman is doing all he can to close that gap. Of course, has been involved in a couple of incidents so far today. He's got a chip on his shoulder. Here is the view from Aaron Schutz in the live screening here. Fantastic shot. As you can see the motion capture, he is really fighting the car through the end of the S's, and that is a bad time for him to come onto the camera in towards the Melbourne hairpin. We've only got a couple laps left to go, and he's really trying to push Bartle here, but he's got some lap traffic in the way.
Yeah, he has indeed. He wants to try and just get on the back of Bartle as we can. If we look further forward on that timing tower, it looks like Aman is on the rear, and he is on the rear of Schwartzman then. So Aman is really close to the back of Schwartzman as they head into Redgate. Can't currently see it at the moment as we're watching Aaron Schutz coming through Redgate corner. Volans has got past Caponio now, and here is Aman down the Craner curves. Now, this lap and one more to go, so 1.5 laps pretty much left, and Aman, who has pulled off the move of this race, possibly going to be move of the day as well. We'll have to wait and see. But Julian Aman here, looking into McLean's. What I've liked about watching Aman in this Donington Park race, there's a lot of patience there. He's not looking to force the move, just a bit of patience.
But it is crunch time, and you've only got 1.5 laps, give or take, left to go in this race. He's got to pull the move off very, very soon. On this back strict, having a half look, just pulling out the wheel tracks in towards the S's. He's taking a wider line with the driver in front of him, and he's got a fantastic exit headed in towards the Melbourne hairpin. Schwartzman defending to the inside line. Aman, could he pull off a switchback? Indeed he will. Looking now towards the right-hand side. He'll pull back from that move, but he's got one more corner left to go on this lap. Really applying the pressure to Navin Schwartzman. Can't quite find the move this time by, but he is making Navin sweat here.
He really is, as he goes to the left, flicks it back to the right, gets off the power as Schwartzman is just trying to defend everywhere he looks. He's going to look for the up and under. The door opens on the exit of Redgate, and Julian Aman there absolutely set that one off a peach, and he's going to come down the outside of the Craner curves, where he's already made one overtake. On board with him into the old hairpin. Through he goes. Julian Aman is moving forward today. And Samuel Bartle having a look at Schwartzman as well. Round the outside of the Schwanz curve. Up the inside of McLean's. Samuel Bartle has followed him through. And Schwartzman has dropped down to P8. Looked very slow through McLean's there as well. So we'll see then if Aaron Schutz is able to get onto the back of Schwartzman. But this man, Unai Morato, looks like he's about to take a lights to flag victory in dominant fashion. Not dominant in terms of how far he's gone ahead of P2, but dominant in how he's controlled it. Unai Morato wins the first RU3 race of the season from David Sobrero in P number 2. And we await for Lucas Egger to come around the final corner and cross the line in 3rd place. What a drive for the Podium 3. And what a drive for Julian Aman, making up a few spots in some classy overtakes in this one.
Oh, and you saw what that meant for Unai Morato there, the celebration that he had. He was really chuffed with his performance there. That was incredible to see. He was lights to flag. He was untouchable in this race, and he's really earned it here at Donington Park.
He has indeed that. As the rest of the field take to the checkered flag line now. What a drive. What a start to the opener here at Donington Park. A great start to the RU3 spring season, as they are going to get ready to head over to Vallelunga in just a few moments' time for another qualifying and their 2nd race of 6 in this spring series. But that man, Unai Morato, lights to flag, pole position, fastest lap, and the race win. He'll be very, very pleased. David Sobrero, work to do a little bit. Very solid 2nd place. I'm sure he'll be delighted with that on his first outing at Racing Unleashed. And look at the smile on Lucas Egger there. Absolutely chuffed to bits with that one. He looks the most happy out of the 3 of them.
He's not stopped smiling all day today, and look at him celebrating to the camera. He is having an absolute whale of a time, and you got to say, there's Jan Frischknecht as well. He seems to be pretty pleased with that performance, but he is craving more and more. And got to say, the experience of being in these fantastic simulators, racing competitively across Europe, I mean, it's a fantastic look for these guys. They're loving it at the minute. I'm sure everyone watching is as well. As here are the results on your screen. It was Unai Morato, lights to flag. What a win from him.
It was indeed Unai Morato, your race winner by 3 seconds from David Sobrero. Lucas Egger then in P3 from Jan Frischknecht. Nico Mossa P5 from Julian Aman, who put on some classy moves. Samuel Bartle P7 from Navin Schwartzman. Aaron Schutz and Loris Neef rounding out your top 10. 11th place for Sebastian Vollens. Tiziano Caponio was 12th. 13th place for Joel Mayer. Michael Waversick in 14th from Alvaro Garcia. David Schunfield. Emiliano was P17 with Adrian Sanchez in 18th, and Francesco Francesco was P19 and rounded out the last part of the grid. It's too early in the morning to try and pronounce these. I say that, it's 11 a.m. here in the UK. But they are all your provisional results for today. Race Control will now take a look at that, and we'll go through everything. If you want to keep up to date with any of the final classifications and results, please check out our social media platforms for them, as we get ready to go for the 2nd qualifying in just a few moments' time, as we'll take to the grid momentarily. We did have a little bit of a delay before the race started, so we are only going to speak to Unai Morato on the podium for this one. So let's speak to Unai Morato now, who was your winner in race number 1. I believe he is with us. He is. Unai, congratulations, P1 in that first race. Just talk us a little bit through it.
Thank you. This race was not easy. I think I had to put a lot of effort because invalid laps in this track are pretty easy to get. So I also had to train pace because also David is really quick. And yeah, invalid laps too. In lap cars, I think I got really lucky with them because I managed to find them only in straights, and they were really kind. They got to the side and everything. Pretty grateful with this result. Much better than last year, better than expected. So, yeah.
Yeah, great result from yourself. We head to Vallelunga though in a few moments' time. Can you repeat that same result?
I hope. There are other drivers that are quicker than me in this track, but I think I have enough consistency to try and get another P1. But I know I don't want to have really high expectations, so maybe just P5 or above. I think is a really good result for this next race.
Well, we will let you get back in your simulator. Congratulations, Unai, on the first race win, and best luck for Vallelunga.
Thank you.
Unai Morotto there then, your race winner in race 1. Dan in great fashion, and now he's got to try and replicate that and do it once again.
Absolutely, and just coming across from his interview there, he seems incredibly humble and really down to earth. I mean, it was a fantastic look for him there. He seems confident that he can pull off another victory, but he notes that other drivers are possibly quicker than him at Vallelunga, which is a pretty similar circuit actually to Donington Park. They're actually nearly the same, identical in terms of length, and you've got a lot of long sweeping corners, a couple of hairpins here and there, so it should be relatively similar to what we saw in Donington. But of course there's still the added pressure of being in the simulator for that long, and actually Morotto coming out and doing an interview that might hurt his focus a little bit. You never know what it's like to be in the cockpit, and that is the experience that Racing Unleashed is really giving these drivers. And once again, I can't express enough just how fantastic this series is.
It really is, and this is the new part for RU3 now. He's coming out to do the interview in between them two races. Like you say, could that have just interrupted his mindset? But how humble was he there? Looking for a P5. You know, he'd love, of course, to win the race. What driver wouldn't want to win the race? But looking at a P5 because other drivers seem faster than me. How humble is that? Just kind of knowing where your limits are at the moment on each circuit.
Yeah, absolutely. He really is keeping himself grounded, and that is a great quality, not in just a racer, but in a person as well. So Morotto, a very young man, he's looking to really make his mark in the sim racing scene.
Okay, what we can do while we wait for the drivers to get ready for the qualifying is show you now a bit of a highlight of the first race, a couple of the moves there. That was Caponio making contact with another car onto the grass, and some great moves there. That was, I believe that was Jan Frischknecht making the move. This is the great one though, the move of the day, round the outside of the Craner curves from... I can't even remember who it was from now. I can't see the name. A man. It was from a man. And again, he did it again. He didn't just do it once. He did it twice. And he just seemed to know where to put the car and how to get it past.
It was a brilliant overtake from him. And whilst we're, singing the praises of Unai Morotto for how quick he was, you got to say that, I mean, Julian Oman was certainly the most prolific driver in terms of his overtakes, and coming back from that contact with Caponio at the beginning of the race, he really did make his mark. And that is a thing that I'm sure a lot of people will be looking for, not just about how quick you are, but how you're able to race side by side and make these overtakes. It really was spectacular to see.
It really was spectacular to see as well. And here at Racing Unleashed, this is the opportunity the drivers get for competing here at Racing Unleashed across our 4 lounges that we have in Europe, in Switzerland, Madrid, and in Munich. This is the opportunity for Racing Unleashed to get drivers into these simulators and to try and allow them to gain experience with the chance of possibly becoming real-world drivers in the future. We've had a couple already that have had a few real-world experiences out there, such as Ciro Zambra from RU1. I know Yannick Pletcher's done a few test days. And it's allowed these drivers, the Racing Unleashed platform, to just make that step up into that real-world motorsport. And that is what our owner and CEO, Francesco, is really keen to do. There was a video that we used to play last year where he says anybody can go and buy a football, take it to the park, and and all of a sudden you're done. You can't do that with motor racing, Dan. And these platforms, these simulators, this environment is trying to allow Racing Unleashed to get these drivers to really get that feeling and that immersive experience of being in a real racing.
Absolutely. I mean, every single year, sim racing has blurred the lines between what's real and what's not. And with these incredible cockpits and simulators that they have here, I mean, how blurred is that line getting? I mean, you could barely tell me that this is a computer game, essentially, what these guys are playing here. And it really is incredible for the drivers. And I think what Racing Unleashed is giving these guys, not just the drivers, but everyone in the facilities and across the 4 locations in 3 different countries across Europe. We've seen shots of people sitting down, talking, laughing. I think it's an incredible thing for what has predominantly been an online space. It's really bringing people together. So, these are fantastic facilities, and it's really great to see. I mean, it's rare that, sim racing and esports can bring people together like this.
It is indeed, and it is really fantastic seeing. If we look in the heart of Racing Unleashed, if you will, in the Zurich City Lounge, there's a lovely little bar area. You can get yourself a drink, grab yourself some food. Great big screen to see us all on. There it is, looking down. Look at everybody just sat, chilling, having a drink, bite to eat, round the bar. Huge screen there to just watch and enjoy and listen to our beautiful voices, bring you this live action as we go along. And of course, it's not just for Racing Unleashed. There is watch-alongs that the guys do in terms of real motor racing on the big screen. So always come down to the bars, as well as, Munich. They put on a lot of stuff, as well as do Madrid. And these are customer rigs as well. These are customer platforms that you can go in as a customer if you want to fancy having a go and have a little bit of a try. Have a look inside one of our racing lounges, jump in the simulators. I've had the privilege to drive the GT sim, the Evo 2 sim that these drivers are doing, and the older sims as well in the past, and they are a fantastic bit of kit. The Evo 2, compared to the first generation of simulators that we had, really gives you that. They wanted to make the simulator feel the cambers of each corner, so you could start to feel like you was leaning to the left or to the right, not just the going backwards and dipping forwards under acceleration and braking. It really now gives you that sense of the camber of each corner as well. And that's the beautiful thing with these. You've got the seat belts that tighten as you hit that brake really hard into a heavy braking zone. You've got the immersive feel of everything, and they really are an amazing piece of kit that you can see. Look at it just working at its best. And the bonus about these ones, Dan, that I don't know if you've seen Racing Unleashed in the past, but the bonus about these Evo 2s compared to the Evo 1s, they are quiet. The Evo 1s was very, very noisy with all the mechanical systems working on them simulators.
Yeah, I mean, I tell you what, no word of a lie. I've been looking at Skyscanner just a little bit to try and because I mean, just watching this, I've recently got the itch for sim racing once again. I've been plugging in my Fanatec DD, but I mean, this is, what I've got on my desk is nothing to what these guys are racing. I mean, this is just brilliant to see. Look at those steering wheels, and my favorite part about these rigs is the fidelity in the movements of the cockpit. It's not just randomly shaking you to give you the vibration like you would get on some lower end, just not even force feedback steering wheels, just to give you some sort of movement. But these are moving with the circuit. Look at Schutz there, I believe that is. He's weaving and the car's moving along with him, up and down, left and right, sideways. It's brilliant to see.
It is really good to see, and this has been the bonus, I think, to the evolution of Racing Unleashed as it has gone from that Evo 1s into the Evo 2s is the evolution of them simulators and the way they're now able to react even more to what the car is doing on the circuit. As we are into now qualifying 2, we are on with Jan Frischknecht, who comes towards the end of his first lap here at Vallelunga. We will get to see the RU3 drivers out for qualifying one final time in this one. See what these drivers can do. This section of the circuit down at the moment, this is the tightest part of the track. It really gets a little tight through that little bit.
Yeah, it's very difficult, and it definitely does close up on the drivers, especially through this hairpin. I believe this is turn number 11, and once again it's these two double hairpin corners at the end of the circuit, which is really similar to Donington, but you get a bit of elevation change through here, so it's a little bit nicer to witness. And actually I was at the complete wrong part of the circuit, so that is my mistake there. But Jan Frischknecht, I mean, he's getting the tyres warmed up, he's getting ready for this lap here, and yeah, he's enjoying life at the minute and just waiting to get it started. A couple of lap times already coming out. Sobrero has gone quicker than a Morotto.
Yeah, I think that may be out lap times that has been counted.
Yeah,
I'm not too sure. Right. We'll keep our eyes on that one, though, as they come down towards, through the curve of Grande and towards the one of two same name corners there, Simini 1 and into Simini 2, and out they come. The Italians do love a 1 and 2 type corner, don't they, through a lot of their circuits. Down then this back straight, long back straight to come down to before you've got the hairpin corner, which not your traditional tight hairpin, a bit longer than the ones we've just seen at Donington Park. Bit of a twitch on exit there for Frischknecht. And again, down a nice little straight, he's going to flip this car left in a moment. Heavier braking zone through this left-hander. Nicely done through there. Uses all that curb on exit. And again, keeps it to that left-hand side through the little bend. Now into where it tightens up. And this is where we could see some overtakes into here. Another long hairpin corner coming through to the left, to the right, and a tighter, really tight hairpin. You really have to come off the throttle and just wait for that car to be pointing in the right direction before you can apply the throttle down. Through the S's, Frischknecht goes now, and he's got that of one more corner to do. And again, another long hairpin turn to just be patient with as he exits now. And what will this lap time be? It's been a pretty good lap from Frischknecht. Just a couple of wiggles here or there. And he crosses the line, a 1:25.037. That puts him in 8th place so far, with Sobrero P1 by a 10.5 from Unai Morotto.
So I saved myself there by actually being correct in the end. So Sobrero's gone quicker than Morotto in qualifying. They've swapped between P1 and P2 from the last race at Donington. Egger still in 3rd, but a great qualifying from a man. I believe he started 6th place last time by, but he's found himself 4.5 tenths off of pole position here. So watch out for him in that race. We saw how strong he was making overtakes. He's got fantastic race pace. I think he could be a bit of a dark horse compared to this top 3.
Yeah, he's going to be one to keep our eyes on. Made them classy overtakes, like you said, at Donington Park. He's going to be the one to see whether or not he's going to be able to make some more moves on the front 3. And this is going to be interesting to see what will happen here, as we're just waiting for the final classification of the results for you then in the final time for RU3 today. And they will be back in a month's time on the 26th of April. Your final grid order, though, for today is David Sobrero, P1 from Unai Morotto, Lucas Egger, P3 from Julian Amann, Navin Schwartzman in P5 from Samuel Barkel, Nico Mossa, P7 from Jan Frischknecht in P8, Aaron Schutz is 9th from Tiziano Caponio, P10, Joel Mayer ahead of Loris Naif with Sebastian Volans 13th. Adrian Sanchez, Alvaro Garcia, Emiliano is in P16 ahead of David Schoenfield. Francesco is P18 with Michael Waversick, once again down the back in 19th place. So then, Dan, we get ready to go for the final time in this one. It's going to be interesting. Roles reversed between David and Unai. Who's going to come out in top of this one?
I really can't call it. I mean, we didn't really see either of these drivers racing in the last time out in Donington. They practically ran their own races for the entire thing. Morotto stretched his advantage. Sobrero broke away from the top, from the the third place behind him. So it will be very, very interesting to see how they navigate actually battling each other here at Vallelunga, which is a circuit that really, it could be wide at some parts and then it immediately tightens up on you. There's a lot of heavy braking zones for these drivers to navigate. And of course, we saw a lot of antics under braking at Donington Park for these RU3 drivers. I can imagine it'll be something similar here towards the final couple of corners of this circuit, but we're just waiting to get the action underway, and it's going to be a very exciting race. I think a bit closer than Donington last time.
Yeah, it's going to be a bit closer because I think these straights are going to allow it to just maybe stay a bit tighter together. The problem with Donington is corners come up thick and fast. There's no real long straights. They're a good length, but nothing where drivers can stick together. You're going to win and lose that time through them corners. Here, the straights are a lot longer. Corners don't come up as quickly, so you've got that chance for everybody to be in that slipstream train and just try and come through and see what they can do with it. This is going to be the interesting thing in this race to watch, and that's what you've got to love about the two circuits we've had today. Yes, they're similar in terms of length and maybe some of the corner styles, but there's a lot of difference in between the two, and we're going to see two different races here.
Oh, absolutely. It's going to be incredibly interesting to witness here today. And I mean, turn number one, which is already completely flat, down towards Simony 1 and 2 is essentially one big straight with a couple of turns of the steering wheel here and there through Curva Grande, turn number 2 and 3, of course, and then it really does tighten up towards the end. It's got fantastic variety, this circuit, a decent amount of elevation change, which makes things always interesting so much. And it's just an old school circuit. I love that about these tracks that we've just been to. It's that there's not much runoff area. It is simply tarmac and grass.
Old school circuit, real old school circuit. And that's what I love about the two tracks we've seen today is we're getting that old school feel of, if you make that mistake, you are on the grass and you will be punished for it. Unlike sort of where we're going to go to Catalonia later on for RU2 and RU1, there's a lot of runoff where drivers don't necessarily get punished as much. So I do like them old school sort of circuit styles in terms of being able to just punish drivers for mistakes they may have made through this race. It looks like they're getting ready to go onto the grid here, Dan, and we are about to get that second race underway once again.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, if Donington has anything to go off of, then Vallelunga is going to be just as exciting, if not more. The stakes are higher. These guys know their pace on the day, which means that they know they've sussed out who their closest competitors are. Rivalries are going to start to be formed on circuit, and it's a very exciting time for these drivers as they're just beginning to prep. You can see again, they're all sort of dialing in. They're just sitting there waiting to get this race underway.
Yeah, indeed they do. So let's get ready to go through the grid for the final time here in RU3 before they reappear towards the back end of April. David Sobrero will line up on pole position this time alongside Unai Moroto. Is it going to be these two once again to dominate here at Vallelunga? Lucas Egger on the second row of the grid alongside that of Julian Amann, the man who made all the overtakes at Donington Park. Can he repeat that here and maybe get himself a podium? Navin Schwartzman will be on row number 3 alongside that of Samuel Bartle. Then he also was following Amann through the field at times, so it's going to be interesting to see if he can do the same today. Nico Mosse will be there with Jan Frischknecht alongside him. Not the qualifying that Frischknecht would have wanted. He's got more pace than that. And so is that man, Aaron Schutz. Can he move forward in this race as well? Tiziano Caponio, great to see him back in the Racing Unleashed cockpits. He's just trying to find his feet once again and will look to move into some point scoring positions. Joel Meyer, what can he do from down the bottom end of the field? As Loris Neef as well. He had a good performance at Donington. We'll see if he can match that at Vallelunga. Sebastian Vollens alongside Adrian Sanchez with 3 more rows to go. Alvaro Garcia line up then alongside Emiliano in the cockpit. A thumbs up from Emiliano in this one. David Schonfield will be third from last on the grid. Looks like maybe a problem with the wheel there. And then it'll be Francesco alongside Waversick at the back of the pack. Just noticing, they was having a look, one of the Racing Unleashed colleagues was having a look at one of the steering wheels there. Not necessarily the way to get this race started. But hopefully all the 19 drivers take to the grid as we are about to, for the final time in RU3 today. Green and go. The camera just pans away momentarily. We're on board with Aaron Schutz. Not a clue what's happened out front, but you can see there, Sobrero gets the better start over Unai Morato. Morato now looking to that outside line as they come through towards to the first heavy braking zone. Car off on the gravel, back on nice and safely, and they're nearly 3 wide, heading in towards Simi 1. And that is that a man who makes a double overtake and leads this race. Morato going wheel to wheel with Egger. A man there with a beautiful dream start.
Spectacular from Julian Aman there. Sobrero's held on to P2. Morato is feeling the pressure. Schwartzman goes very deep on the brakes. That will allow Morato to look back up the inside through Simony 2. Little bit of rubbing between the pair of them as here we are on board with Lucas Egger looking towards the outside line of Unai Morato, and they've made contact. It's been a scrappy start for the pole, for the second position man, the winner of race number 1, as they approach now the hairpin corners for the first time.
They do indeed, and Julian Aman leads from Sobrero. Unai Morato, like I say, just being a bit elbows out in this first race. Here is Egger, stamping on that brake and looking to get the up and under on the exit on the tightest part of the circuit. And he couldn't do so there on Schwartzman, who's moved himself forward a little bit in this race. We are down a driver. We're on to 18 drivers. I'm noting on the timing tower there that I believe that is David Schoenfeld, who had that wheel issue, it looked like, who is not taken to the start of this race. Aaron Schutz moves up to P12. But what a start here on lap 1. Julian Aman, I can't wait to see this driver for the rest of this season, because he looks like he's going to put on some overtakes. Here, though, great little scrap to the outside, in towards the real first heavy braking zone. Schwartzman versus Egger, and Egger cannot get past there for the time being, so he manages to just Schwartzman manages to just stay in front of Egger for now, as you see a couple of cars in the background going side by side. Egger, though, looks to pull out, has a look under the brakes into the first of the hairpins, and will get that one up the inside, and Schwartzman will just tuck back in behind and try and get the exit, but has a big snap there.
Yeah, he got a bit excited on the throttle there. He's going to lose out that position for the time being. It's still early in this race as there is some contact. That's Jan Frischknecht going off the circuit, I believe. So there was contact with the car in front of him. And then yeah, it's just an unfortunate series of events. Very scrappy lap number 1.
Yeah, we thought Unai Morato sent it here. He actually got a tap from the rear end, looking from the trackside cameras there. So he actually got tapped into that send up the inside. So not on Morato as much as we first thought. Sobrero now, though, just looking to put a man under some pressure in this race with Morato not a million miles behind. And Sobrero here, well, he started on P1, but he finds himself in that familiar P2 position at the moment. Morato, fastest man on circuit. Not bad for a man who was saying that he's looking at P5. We're being told that Schoenfeld, who has retired from this one, was unable to change gears on the wheel. So that is the issue that we're being told he had. So unfortunate there to lose the driver early on. But this could turn into a nice little three-way fight here, because Morato, fastest man on track, and Sobrero not far off the back of a man.
Absolutely. It's been a fantastic start to the race, a bit more lively at the front of the order than we saw at Donington, and although they're very similar circuits, I mean, we couldn't have two different starts to the races, and they've got some very similar liveries between Aman and Sobrero. That will make it very difficult for us to actually work out what is going on between the pair of them, but we see Morato in the very lime green livery, so he'll be easy to spot out. But in towards this more technical sector of the circuit, turn number 12 of Tornatino, a man makes a mistake off the exit, and Sobrero will get himself through. So a man getting a bit lively on the throttle there, essentially gives the lead for free.
So more information coming through is that the driver, Schoenfeld, took the wheel off of the simulator, so unclipped the wheel with the quick release and taken it off. That is what has caused the issue in this one. So the driver has taken the wheel off, and I don't think has put it back in the correct position afterwards. So it is a driver issue to have retired from this race in this one. So sadly there for him, he has removed his wheel, and it's not gone well on re-putting the wheel back on. He's obviously put it in the wrong position for it to not work. We're going to be joined by Sebastian Hawkins on lap number 6 with 2 laps times, but we've got a lovely little three-way fight. Nico Mosser's not far behind here as well on these front three, but this is now Sobrero's chance to pull away from a man a little bit more in this one, Dan, because a man's got to be now under pressure from that of Unai Moroto. As we see a replay here, look, just had a little wiggle on the exit of the hairpin, maybe a little bit of contact in there.
There might have been a very, very slight touch in the low speed as a man was getting onto the power, and then that might have just gave him the slightest bit of kick at the rear. I'm sure there'll be multiple people getting different camera angles on that one. We are on board with Unai Moroto, who's all over the rear of Julian Amann, and I'm sure that Sobrero sees Moroto as his closest rival and is happy to see another competitor in between them. But again, a little twitch from Amann off the exit of the final corner, beginning lap number 5. He is vulnerable to Moroto heading in towards the Curva Grande. Moroto will take the wide line through here. He's got the run and will have the outside line in towards Simony 1. He'll go later on the break around the outside, but he has a slight lock up there. Amann will slip back through, and Moroto, he's going to have to fight another day as he'll look once again to the left-hand side of Julian Amann, and they're side by side down the next straight.
Side by side, and Moroto really late on the brakes, puts himself so deep on the outside line. That's allowed Amann back through, and we're getting to see Amann try and defend now, not just attack, as here comes Moroto to have a look one more time. And again, a little lock up from the pair of them. Amann wide on exit of the corner, and through now towards the tighter part of the circuit comes the leaders, with Unai Moroto starting to look a little bit racy in this one, sliding through the exit of the hairpin. This is where it all tightens up. Nico Mosser, and you can see Lucas Egger as well there in the background, and not far is Schwartzman. So we're almost a bit of a train following here behind Julian Amann, as we have got Sebastian Hawkins, who's joined us live now. Good morning to you, Sebastian.
Morning. Good to hear from you.
How are we today? The racing so far has been absolutely fantastic at both Donington and Vallelunga. What's the thoughts, and what's the mood like at the racing lounges?
Yeah, it's good. I mean, the sun is shining. We've got a load of people sat downstairs enjoying the racing, which is absolutely perfect. But yeah, I think, really good season opener. I mean, we know RU3 is the first time a lot of these drivers have been experiencing top-level rule books, race control, lots of regulations, and certainly in this environment, it's different to sim racing at home. You know, you're in an environment where your peers, your close rivals are sat next to you, so the pressure's on, the emotion's high, and it's been really good. I mean, the first race was action-packed. I think the second race is a little bit action-packed as well. I think the nature of Vallelunga is always promoting lots of overtaking, but yeah, it's been very good so far. What's it like from your side?
It's been brilliant from our side so far, and just for the viewers at home, Unai Moroto has got past Amann now, so he's up into second place, but still that train, Amann just a tap on the rear of Moroto. That nearly opened the door for Mosser to come through on the exit. Just talk us through a bit more about this issue that David has had. He's taken the wheel off, from what I believe, and has missed the start of this race. I believe that's the issue that's caused the shifting problem.
Yeah, unfortunately, I think he needed to use the rest room, and unfortunately took the steering wheel off, which, yeah, just causes a technical issue on his sim side of things, which, yeah, is a shame, but it's a long season ahead, and I'm sure he'll be back.
It is indeed, as Lucas Egger here looking up the inside of Nico Mosser through Simony 1 and 2, and a great little move there, but it's not over yet. Mosser trying to fight him hard on the outside line down towards the hairpin corner. There you go, side by side, half a car length on that outside line is Mosser, and he has to yield that position now. Egger moves up one more place in this one, and can he get onto the back of Amann now? Seb, it looks like it's been a pretty good start to RU3 this year. Obviously, we've got the Spring Championship into then the Fall Championship in that second half. drivers now in RU3 and RU2 have really got to work hard for that promotion and relegation.
Yeah, exactly. And I think, you know, we're seeing some really good talent showing through these grids. And, you know, it's an opportunity for drivers to either make it in their first season or come back stronger in their second season and keep building this. I think ultimately some drivers are going to be at the top of their game as soon as they enter these championships, and we love that. But equally, we want the challengers to come through. We want the people that have got the pace, have put in the practice and dedication to sim racing and have started to come through and challenge. So drivers who want to safe for 12 months, but I think a lot of RU2 drivers hot on their heels this year. I think the racing today will be good in those trips as well, but RU3 really is the open platform. Again, all the drivers through open qualifying. We had obviously more than the drivers that we're seeing today. Lots of people, lots of different times, lots of different levels of talent as well. But I think in the near 10 days that we have qualifiers open, we see the drivers improving every single day. So it's a testament to their dedication, and this is a lot of their first time racing wheel to win in the venues as well. So it's a new experience for a lot of them, and learning on the go. I mean, you know, we see lots of motorsport where drivers are having to have minimal practice time and then jump in and perform. So it's really good to see it. We know a few of these sim already. We've seen some names before. Again, some of those are at the top pile at the minute. You know, we're open to bring anybody from the public, and that's the beauty of this championship. So next round we can see all fresh new faces.
Indeed it is. Obviously the qualifying period will open for the drivers of the public to come and take part in. They've obviously got to be at the racing lounges to do the qualifying. That's in Zurich or at Madrid or in Munich. When do the qualifiers open for the viewers listening at home to take part in the second round in April?
That's a really good question and a test of my knowledge of whether I can remember those dates. But what I can tell you is the Wednesday, a week and a half before the next round, and we stick to that for the qualifiers. So we give a nice long window for people to come in, set a lap time, see if they're happy with it, come back, put in some more time, and keep improving. And then the Friday before the race weekend is when we give it that nice big cut-off. We always see, yesterday we saw a lot of excitement around those that are qualified. Friday was a really good day for us to sort of see everybody setting those final lap times. And yeah, certainly as the season goes on, it gets more and more competitive in those final hours.
Brilliant. So I've just had a quick look. It looks like around the 15th of April. So if you are in Zurich, Madrid or Munich and fancy trying to get yourself qualified, head over to one of our racing lounges. As well, go check out our website, racing-unleashed.com, for information on there in terms of the qualification period for the next race, and as well join our Discord. There'll be information on there as well. There's plenty of people to point you in the right direction for any help you may need. Vollens has just lost out to Adrian Sanchez Dan in a race that's just quietened down a little bit.
Yeah, it really has calmed down in the last couple of laps or so whilst we've been talking to Seb. We're still looking at the battle for fourth position at the minute. Lucas Egger is leading the two drivers on your screen of Nico Mossa and Navin Schwartzman. For Schwartzman's sake, he's had a much quieter race than he did at Donington Park, and he's all over the back of Nico Mossa as they head down the main straight to begin lap number 10, approaching the Curva Grande. He's all over the rear through the right-hander, then sweeping in to the left. Mossa defending to the inside for Simony 1. Schwartzman will have to go the long way around and maybe try and look for a switchback move on the exit. It's too long of a corner to make that one stick, but he's got a good run headed off the exit of the corner. Which way will he go? He'll look to the outside line for the next right-hander at the hairpin. He'll go to the outside line. Can he meet the marks on his brakes? Indeed he can, and he's got a nose in here, he's got a wheel in here, and now we'll have the inside line for the next left-hander. That was a move that was in the making for a good half a lap for Navin Schwartzman. He's made that one sick finally on Nico Mossa. A very impressive job there.
Yeah, very impressive job there, as Mossa just thought of maybe having a look back. We thank to Sebastian for joining us. He might join us a little later on in the broadcast as well. But yeah, Schwartzman now moving forward in this race. And yeah, it's nice to see some good racing out there today. Obviously, we get the Formula RSS 2 cars on the grid later on as we approach midday here in the UK, but approaching at 1 o'clock in Europe, and RU2 will be, the drivers will be getting themselves loose and limber, I'm sure, to get ready to step into the cockpits and take on the challenge of what is to come for them. This is Navin Schwartzman, though, who has drove really well in this race. Looks like he's been a bit more consistent and able to stick with them front runners a little bit more, even making overtakers compared to what we saw back at Donington Park.
Yeah, he really slid down the order at Donington Park. He started that race inside the top 4, I believe in P4 actually, finished that race towards the lower end of the top 10, but he's found himself in a very solid P5 at the minute. He's dropped a bit of time to Lucas Egger in that battle with Nico Moss behind him, but I think he's just glad to have made that move stick. He's got about 2.5 laps left to go to try and hold on to this one though.
Here's Frischknecht. Oh, contact! Contact with the rear of Meyer there for P10 and the final point. How has Meyer kept going in the right direction? He was spinning around like crazy. Wow. As somehow has managed to catch it, point it the right way and keep going there. But Frischknecht just pulled out too late and into the back of Meyer. Schwartzman, little wide on the exit of the hairpin. That could allow that of Mossa to have a look. Caponio, by the way, he's had a good race. He's up into P8. So a good drive from Tiziano in this one. Here is that of Schwartzman defending now from Mossa. Egger a little too far up the road as we've on lap 12 of 13 here. It's been kind of a tale of two races. Sobrero in race 1 just couldn't stick to the back of a Marotto as Mossa having a look on Schwartzman to the outside of Samini 1. Is he going to be able to hold it there? Bit of contact, a little bit of hip and shoulder if you will, and Schwartzman hangs on. Yeah, Sobrero wasn't able to stick to Marotto. Marotto setting the fastest laps several times in that first race. It's kind of been roles reversed in race 2 here as Mossa jinking all over the place, trying to have a look for a move and an opening on Schwartzman. And couldn't find it here, but really roles reversed now.
Oh, absolutely. As this battle that we are witnessing here has really opened the door for Samuel Bartel to get onto the back of these two. I mean, they've been weaving all over the road down that straight and towards the hairpin at turn at number 7. So, I mean, they've been rough and tumble, these guys, today, as we are still spectating this battle. But you're absolutely right. Sobrero's really stretched that advantage to Unai Marotto in this one. And I think that has got something to do with the amount of battling that Marotto had to put himself through. Of course, the man was a very, very tough competitor, and it was a hard overtake to get. That allowed for Sobrero to stretch his advantage up the road as he sets the fastest lap on lap number 12 to begin lap number 13 and the final tour of Vallelunga.
And the final lap of Vallelunga then that Sobrero will start this time around. So a chance for him now to just make that second place become a race win. And it will be 2 pole positions, fastest lap and race wins. It wasn't quite lights to flags for Sobrero in this race due to a man making a beautiful overtake. And Schwartzman now no longer fending off that of Mossa here, as he's now coming under pressure from Bartel. Bartel's had a quiet day that has picked up places while other drivers have been battling, and he's just kind of came through the field and just picked up a place or two. So Samuel Bartel will be happy with today's work. Whoa, very big slide out of the hairpin there. Is he going to think of lunging down the bottom end? No, he's not, as it really tightens up. Schwartzman a little wide at the apex. And we're coming towards the end of this lap and of this second race and the final race for RU3. But don't go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen. We've still got RU2 and RU1, the big boys coming your way. The likes of Michael Schmiedel, Ciro Zambra and Alejandro Sanchez to take to the circuit, amongst many, many others. After a great start to the first race of the season, David Sobrero will win race number 2 here at Vallelunga. Unai Marotto follows him home from Julian Aman in P3. Roles reverse then, fastest lap, pole position goes the way of Sobrero and the race win. Round 1 it was Unai Marotto at Donington Park. These two are neck and neck going into April next month. What a championship, Dan, we could be in store for.
Absolutely, this has really set us up nicely for a fantastic season of RU3, and with the limited calendar that these guys have, it means every single result matters. And for these guys to be level after 2 hectic, fun and just flat out amazing races at both Donington and Vallelunga, I mean, it sets up both Sobrero and Marotto and the rest of the field behind them for a fantastic season of racing ahead of us.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting one to keep our eyes on what will happen through the rest of the season. Remember, this is the Spring Championship. The next race for these drivers will be on the 26th of April. The qualifying window will open on the 15th, so if you want to get involved Make sure you check out racing-unleashed.com for more information there. Head over to our Discord. The QR code did pop up on screen earlier on. But it is Unai Morotto, race winner at Donington Park. It is David Sobrero, race winner at Vallelunga. Them two stand on top today. And what will happen as we enter that April race of round number 2 for the RU3 drivers. RU2 coming up next for round 2 for them. We'll be heading over to Catalonia for RU2 and RU1. And that then is a great start to the season for both Morotto and Sobrero in what has been a terrific drive from the pair of them. Aman and Egger also on the podium in today's races. And Aman has put on some clinical overtakes today. He could be one to watch throughout the course of this season.
Yeah, I've got to say, he was a fantastic driver to witness. He was incredibly exciting to watch, and he kept his moves clean as well. Of course, it's a very raw form of racing that these guys have. Not much official official experience in rule sets like this, as Seb was touching on earlier on. So it's a very new thing for these guys, and I think overall, although there was some argy-bargy here and there, they kept it very clean throughout, and it was a great day of racing for them.
It was a great day of racing for them. David Schoenfeld was the driver who did not start this race. David Sobrero, though, won it from Unai Morotto and Julian Aman, meaning that Madrid today have had 2 pole sitters and 2 race winners. What a day Madrid have had in RU3. Lucas Egger was P4 from Navin Schwartzman. Nico Mossa, Samuel Barkel, Tiziano Caponio, Jan Frischknecht and Joel Meyer rounded out the top 10. P11 for Aaron Schutz, Sebastian Vollans was P12, and Adrian Sanchez, Loris Naif, Emiliano, Francesco Alvaro and Michael Waversick rounded out the bottom end of the grid. But don't go anywhere. We've still got 2 more races coming your way and the different format of RU2 and RU3. But the championship orders is as follows. When them points have been added together, David Sobrero is currently leading the way. Somehow, I think we may have to recalculate that one because they both had a pole, both had a fastest lap, and both won the race, and both got second. So this is what we've got for now. They're all provisional anyway till penalties come in. But it's Sobrero from Morotto, Egger third with Aman fourth, Mossa, Frischknecht, Schwartzman, Bartel, Schutz, Caponio, Meyer, Vollans, Naif, Sanchez, Garcia, Emiliano, Waversick, Francesco, and Schoenfeld at the back. I'm pretty sure that they both got the same results today of the front 2, so we'll see what happens when they get finalised.
Yeah,
they have got the same points.
They do, yeah. So that should be adjusted. I think it will be. I think we've got time for an interview up next, Matthew.
We have indeed. I believe we'll be heading over to Zurich to hear from Egger himself, if I'm correct. No, from Aman himself. Julian, first of all, congratulations on the podium here in race number 2. But that first race, and well, to be fair, both races, you was putting on some clinical overtakes.
Yeah, well, so in the first race, sadly the crash in the last curve in the first lap, but then I had some decent overtakes, and yeah, in the second race it was just pure pace. It was a nice race too.
You got in the lead early on at the start of the race. That kind of put you in a good position. The 2 behind you, though, of Sobrero and Morotto just managed to get past you, though. You held on strong for that P3.
Yeah, well, I thought about them really defending the first place, but second place, was just a nice overtake, and Unai just thought I let him through, and then we'll catch the other up or just finish in second and third. Yeah, rather than crashing out.
Pace looks good, though, going into April next time around. Obviously, qualifications will be there once again for that April series. We don't know the circuits yet as well. But you've got good pace, hoping to be back and hoping to challenge for that race win, maybe.
Yeah, I'm motivated for the next races, and yeah, I hope to have pace for the other tracks too.
Well, Julian, congratulations today. We'll catch you next time, hopefully. See you later.
Thank you, too.
Julian Amann there, P3 on the day. And we can go back over to Madrid. Unai Morotto, who said he'd take P5 after the first race. Well, you went 3 places better and got a P2, Unai. Great start to your season.
Yeah, better result than expected. The pace was really good in both races, and in the leaderboard, I got quick lap times. I found myself with really good. I am really happy, and I feel much more motivated than other times.
Yeah, indeed. You looked this season like a driver that has really got the chance to win this championship. I've commentated on you a lot previous years, who just at times has seemed quick, then seemed a little inconsistent. Now seems to be your chance to really take this win for the title.
Yeah, I hope I could win the championship, but it's going to be really hard. We don't know what will happen in the next races, if there are tracks that I'm going to be good or bad, or if I just can't participate due to personal reasons. So yeah, I hope to win, but it's going to be really hard.
If you had to pick a circuit that you'd like to see for next time, what would it be?
I don't have any preferences, but I'm really good at Laguna Seca. So.
Ah, there we go.
Or Spa.
Laguna Seca.
Spa is a bit long, but.
Laguna Seca. What a track that would be. Unai, congratulations today. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
And stay in Madrid in a few moments' time. The drivers will just change their headsets and pass the microphone off, and we can speak to David in Laguna Seca. Dan, that'd be an interesting race.
I would love to see Laguna Seca. It's a fantastic circuit. I mean, it's actually probably one of my favourites, especially in the United States. So good taste in circuits for Unai Morotto, yeah. And maybe the directors are listening to him.
Well, we've already had one of my favourites because Donington Park has come and gone, but we can now speak with David, your race winner from race number 2. David, congratulations on the race win. Kind of flipped around from race number 1. It was Unai Morotto who was pole fastest lap race winner, and you're now pole fastest lap race winner.
Yeah, thank you. The race was good. I mean, I tried to do my best for the first race, but then the start was not amazing, so I kind of fell out a bit. And I tried now for the second race to come back. The incident with Julian in the beginning of the race was a bit unfortunate because I was just following him behind, and then I don't know what happened, but he started sliding a little bit in front of me, and I just kept going after that and trying to do fastest lap and win the race, and yeah.
Yeah. Bob, the overtake you had to make on a man there, it was a pretty quiet race for yourself after you'd taken that race lead.
Yeah, I was just in the flow state, you know. It's basically my second day in these rigs, so I was trying my best to get more comfortable each lap, and that happened because I ended up going 3 tenths faster than yesterday. So I'm happy with the track usage, and yeah, I'm looking forward for the next rounds.
Next round, indeed. Dan, anything you'd like to add?
I have no question for you, David, but I just really want to say
I just want to take to my team. Oh, sorry.
I don't know if I was to be brought in. I have no questions for you, my friend. But, you know, a fantastic result from you today. Coming into the rest of the season, I guess we asked Unai the same question. Any circuits in particular that you really want to see in the next couple of rounds?
Nothing in specific. Anything that comes, I'm quite ready. Yeah, maybe Silverstone.
Silverstone's a good one. It's a classic circuit. I mean, you know, really well done from you. I love the confidence that you've carried yourself with today. I've loved the smiles. So congratulations on the win.
Thank you so much. See you next time.
See you next time, David, there, as we can now say farewell to RU3 for today. That will be back next month in April when the qualifiers will open around the 15th of April. And once again, go over to the Discord or racing-unleashed.com for the information you need there to join the grid in that April's races. The 2 tracks we don't know, it might be Laguna Seca and Silverstone. Who is to know at the moment? The drivers have given their preference. What would you like to see for RU3 next time out, Dan?
Oh, goodness me. There's a 1,000 circuits in the world that I would love to see these drivers take to. I off the top of my head, I would like to see Suzuka. Suzuka's a great track. It's one of my favourites in the world. So I would love to see that one. Maybe we've got some pull here as the commentators.
Yeah, let's see Sepang. I think that'd be another interesting one. Maybe a bit too long, but Sepang, that'd be a good one. RU3 though has come to an end. We've got the race highlights of what has just happened as we head into RU2.
This is the RU Esports Series, a new era of sim racing, built for the world's fastest drivers, competed live and broadcast globally. With one of the largest prize pools in sim racing, RU Esports rewards performance at the highest level, across every race and across the entire season. The RU Esports Series is built on a clear competitive ecosystem. RU3 is the global entry point, open to anyone ready to compete. RU2 is the development tier, where rising talent proves they belong. RU1 is the flagship championship, the pinnacle of Racing Unleashed competition. Performance decides everything. Promotion and relegation ensure the best drivers rise, and every position must be earned. Unlike traditional online competitions, RU Esports is competed live, in person, at Racing Unleashed lounges around the world. Every driver races on identical simulators, under broadcast conditions, in a true professional esports environment. Each event is delivered with broadcast-level production, live timing, telemetry, and global streaming, bringing elite sim racing to fans everywhere. This is the pathway to the top of sim racing. This is the RU Esports Series.
Welcome back then to Racing Unleashed here for the RU2 Esports Series. You're joined by myself, Matthew Duffin, and that of Daniel Field in the commentary booth today. Daniel, the RU3 Series provided some great drama throughout the first two races, and we get to do it again in the Formula RSS 2 V6 car for RU2 in what should be an even more competitive field.
Oh, absolutely. We are getting into some real proper, sim racers who could actually be doing this for a living in RU2. Of course, it's a more raw field that we had in RU3, but these guys have got the experience, they've got the talent, and they've got the drive to be pushing their way up into RU1. So it'll be a very, very exciting set of, just one race at Catalunya today.
Indeed it is, and the calendar for the rest of the season is as follows. In what looks to be a beautiful calendar, we was already taken on the Spielberg circuit. We now head to Barcelona for race number 2. Spa will be the next track next time out for race 3 with Imola, Nürburgring, Suzuka. There you go, Suzuka is on the RU2 on one calendar, with Interlagos, another personal favourite of mine, and Silverstone rounding out the rest of the year. The prize money for the drivers in RU2 and RU1 are as follows. The RU1 columns in the red there. For the race today, RU1 drivers could take home 3,000 Swiss francs, with RU2 being able to take home 900 Swiss francs if you get that race win. 500, 350, 250, 200, 175, 150, 125, 75 and 50 Swiss francs could go a driver's way in RU2 in that top 10 in the championship. And in the right column of the green and the red is what the prize money could be for where they finish at the end of the season. So if you win RU2, not only are you promoted into RU1 for next year, you will also bag yourself 9,000 Swiss francs to take home with you. And that is a serious amount of money, Daniel, to really invest in, whether it is sim equipment or whatever it may be for the future sort of racing you have ahead of you.
Absolutely. Even 9,000 Swiss francs is a fantastic prize pool for the winner of RU2, and it can really go a long way into investing possibly into a new PC, a new rim for your wheel that you've wanted for a long time, and possibly some real life racing that these drivers want to be doing in the near future. It really does raise the stakes of both RU1 and RU2. When you've got that money on the line, it's really going to encourage these drivers to push with everything that they've got to take a victory.
Yeah, it really will. And once again, of course, the 4 lounges for today's events. The Circle at Zurich Airport in the shopping centre area just outside the airport. You can find one of our racing lounges there. They're in the heart of Zurich city centre, the Motor World building in Munich, and then, of course, our racing lounge in Madrid to bring you all the action through this one. We've got a 19-car grid lineup as well, and Nesta Garcia was the man who was leading the way after race number 1, as if by magic. Silas has brought that up for us, our lovely producer. Leads the way by 9 points from Roberto Miguez. Norik Liocchi is in P3 then from Adrian Gomez. Tim Portsmatter is in 4th from Ivan Marino. Harry Scanderi. Jamie Eggio is in P number 8. Timothy Spearson from then Patrick Dubach. Melvin Liopi is in P11 from Guzman Migueles, Walter Troninger, Adrian Christoffel, Lauren Stump, Tyler Saber, Maximilian Nares, David Verthrich, Xavier Schmidt, and Mark Yermans could not score a point in this first one. For Nesta Garcia, pretty dominant win back out at Spielberg a month ago. There he is. He's the man who is the one to watch, but keep your eyes on a few of the others. Adrian Gomez is in this one. Ivan Marino, one to keep your eyes out for, as well as Norik Liocchi in this race. Jamie Eggio, good little fight for him at the front. Melvin, he's also a quick driver. Tim Portsmatter, Harry Scanderi, Timothy Spearson, just a number of names to go through here who are all vying for this championship and race win. But Dan, talk us through Catalonia. Do we love the circuit? Do we dislike the circuit? What's our thoughts on it? And what do these drivers have the challenge of doing here?
You know, I've always thought that Catalonia has been an overhated circuit. I really do enjoy it. I think it's a great circuit that has a lot of flow to it, particularly turns number 1, 2, and 3, where you can get some brilliant side-by-side action, of course, down that long straight and then into those corners. And unlike RU3 earlier on, these guys do have 8 push-to-pass activations that will aid them in making a move in towards that first corner. So a lot of potential for drama to be had. Turn number 10 of Lacacia, I believe it's called, is also a fantastic long sweeping hairpin that these drivers can go side by side throughout. So Catalonia, I've always thought it's a great circuit. Definitely doesn't deserve the reputation that it has.
Indeed, and don't forget, this is the Moto layout, so this is the layout without the chicane at the end. It is similar to what we see in the real world now in the Grand Prix and in the MotoGP and things like that. This is now the circuit that will take us through that long sweeping final corner, penultimate corner down into the final corner. So a chance to see maybe drivers setting each other up through there, getting that run onto the back of a driver ahead, using that push pass down the start straight and seeing what they can do. Qualifying is underway though at the moment. We've got plenty of drivers out there on the grid who have who are a part of some beautiful sim racing teams. For the likes of Tim Portsmatter, he was signed by a sim racing team after his RU3 championship at the back end of last season. We're on with Tyler Saber here in qualifying, heading down towards the hairpin once again. But great to see these drivers here in RU2 just making that step up and just being able to have that chance now of representing such high-profile sim racing teams in the real world. And it's just showing the level of driver we've got here at Racing Unleashed.
Absolutely. I think it's a fantastic championship to really expose these drivers to what it's like to race at the very top of sim racing in these high-spec equipment rigs. I mean, it's brilliant to see as we are getting the lap underway with Tyler Sieber. A couple other drivers have started just before him, but we'll watch out for him as now Tyler Sieber approaches turn number 1. Heavy braking zone through here. You want to keep it tight to the left-hand side and then open up the corner in towards turn number 3. Tyler Sieber taking to this lap up towards now Repsol corner at the end of the first sector.
Indeed he is, and in towards turn number 4 now he goes, and nicely done through there. Just being nice and patient at the moment is Tyler in this qualifying session so far. Tricky downhill, turn 5, just kind of slants away from you onto the inside curve there. And now you've got this almost chicane-like 6 and 7, where you don't want to be too greedy on the curbs either side. They're quite raised with that sausage curve just on the outside. Sabre, though, a little wide on the first apex. Into turn 8, a hurry up and wait kind of corner, I like to call them, where you're just waiting to put that accelerator down before now the longer, more swooping hairpin corner, not as tight as it used to be. And again, waiting, power out of that hairpin corner before you come into this final sector, which tightens up. And for me, Catalunya, the flow of Catalunya is lost in this final sector. I've not driven this layout, so I may be wrong, but when it used to be the chicane layout, it kind of lost the flow what you had in sector 1 and 2. And Tyler Sabre to the line. So far looks an impressive lap time of 129.189. And that is good enough to put Tyler down in 13th place in what looked a decent lap from him there.
Absolutely, incredibly close qualifying that we have witnessed. There's a couple more laps just coming through. Nesta Garcia is a 10th of a second ahead of Melvin Liopi, and then Roberto Miguez is just under 2/10 back from pole position. But you see the top 15 separated by just over 1 second. Incredibly tight gaps that we didn't really see earlier on today in RU3. That will make for a different plane of racing here today once we get underway at Catalunya.
And this is going to be the interesting thing to keep our eyes on. These lap times just getting tighter, and they're going to get even tighter when we get into RU1. There, though, is your current championship leader, Nesta Garcia. Can he turn the second race of his season into another race win? Will Melvin have anything to say about it? Fully focused. Look at them eyes, just lasered in on the monitors ahead, waiting for the start of this race. Roberto Miguez there, taking on some fluids just before this one. Now, the RU2 formula and RU1 format, are a little bit different to that of RU3. Obviously, we know that these cars are the Formula 2 versions of the cars. We'll get into the format in a moment. Nesta Garcia, once again, pole position from Melvin, though. Can Melvin take that race win? Roberto Miguez, P3 from Patrick Dubac. Tim Portsmatter down in 5th. He'll be okay with that. Adrian Gomez will be disappointed for 6th place. Norit Liotsky in P7. Jamie Eggio is in P number 8. Guzman Miguez, 9th from David Firthwich, rounding out the top 10. Ivan Marino is 11th from Timothy Spearson. He will be gutted to be down outside the top 10. The Australian driver. Walter Troninger is 13th from Adrian Christoffel. Xavier Schmidt, Mark Gamez, then Tyler Sabre, Lawrence Stump, and Harris Scanderi. No time set. So as we know, these are the Formula 2 cars, as we can see, the track explainer of Catalunya here in Barcelona. Beautiful, beautiful circuit, beautiful place to come and watch a great motor race. There's always drama that happens at Catalunya, no matter what format of racing it is. And 3 very different and very unique sectors, Dan.
Absolutely. You touched on the changes towards the final sector of the circuit. You see the elevation change of about 20 meters along this circuit. The very top in the final sector, the very bottom down at turn number 1. And that final corner, that it really did mess up the flow previously when it was in that iteration. But this current day layout really is nice to drive. It's a swooping double right-hander through turn number 13 and 14, and it really does round off what was already a fantastic circuit that had one sort of pitfall previously. It's been very well adjusted.
It has been very well adjusted, as well as we can see the lounge lighting up in the green colours on the Ascari stand behind at the Ascari bar for the RU2 colours. And great to see the little personal touches for each series here. We had them yellow earlier on for RU3. Now lit up in its beautiful green scenery for RU2. It looks a busy bar down there today, so if it's a nice warm day in Zurich, stop by the Ascari bar, grab yourself a drink, bite to eat maybe as well, and enjoy listening to me and Daniel talking you through some fantastic racing action that'll get underway momentarily.
brilliant. It is a fantastic environment to go and just watch some racing. You know, you don't really get this in sim racing. Everything is online, and of course we always appreciate the broadcast that we're able to do, but it's always nice to see people turning up in person, chatting, laughing, and just enjoying a drink whilst watching some racing together. It's really something sort of unheard of, especially in recent years when sim racing took its rise during lockdown in 2020. It's certainly come a long way since then. We're in a fantastic position here at Racing Unleashed to really capitalise on bringing people together for sim racing.
And that's the unique point of Racing Unleashed. It's trying to bring not just the drivers together, but families, friends, the community, and everybody to come in and watch a brilliant motor race happen in front of your eyes. So remember, these are the Formula RSS 2 V6 cars that these drivers will use, so a step up from the Formula 3s we just have been in. And this RU2 series, if you are new to Racing Unleashed, is the intermediate championship for drivers who have earned promotion through RU3 that was at the back end of last year through October, November and December. The RU2 drivers now are in a platform and are in a position to try and get promoted at the end of the season to RU1, but they also have that chance of them possibly being relegated into RU3 at the end of the spring series. This is the outside of Zurich. It looks beautiful in Zurich today. I wished it was that nice in the UK. Nice little bit of memorabilia on the wall if you want yourself some merchandise and to grab yourself a drink. And there we can see our beautiful audience, the lovely staff as well, working hard. As we can see the beautiful grid graphic, Harry Skenderi lines up in P19. 18th for Lorenz Stump with Tyler Saber down in 17th place. P16 for Mark James with Xavier Schmidt down in 15th place. 14th for Andrin Christoffel with Walter Troninger in P13. P12 for Timothy Spearson, he lines up alongside Ivan Marino. P10 for David Verthwich, he'll be alongside that of Guzman Migles. P8 for Jamie Aguio in this one with P7, Norik Liotsky. And we didn't get to sadly see the front part of the grid as we are already on the grid. And Melvin's car, the Brazilian driver, the Ayrton Senna inspired livery on that one. An absolute beautiful livery, the Brazilian flag colours on the front wing. And I have to say, the beautiful thing of RU2 and RU1, you will see some unique liveries from these drivers, Daniel.
Oh, absolutely. We've got some really nice liveries on the grid here, and of course drivers representing possibly the team colours that they run. We've got some proper sim racing experts here today, and some veterans of the industry, really. I recognise a lot of these names, so it is really going to be an exciting race today.
Indeed it is. So let's see what will happen as this race is about to get underway in a few moments' time. The drivers are lined up on the grid here in RU2, and we are here at Barcelona, the circuit, the Catalunya. Hot air balloons in the sky for an even better seat in the house. None better than the Ascari bar or one of the racing lounges. And you can just feel that tension. The driver's nerves will be just starting to kick in as we await for the lights.
It's nerve-wracking being on the grid and just waiting to get going. Every light that comes on is agonising, and especially when the wait is long.
Indeed it is. The lights appear on the screen now. There you can see the 19 drivers ready and waiting to go. It's a long old wait. The lights appear on screen now, and over the gantry for the drivers, it is green and go for the second round of RU2, and it is a brilliant start from Nestor Garcia, who immediately cuts off Melvin, allowing, I believe, Patrick Dubac just down the outside, all on his own. And now Garcia back onto the racing line, gets a tap from Melvin there in towards turn one, and a bit of drama already at the start of this RU2 race here at Barcelona. 3 wide in the background, coming through turn number 3, sorry. And a spinner, I believe. We saw a lot of tyre smoke in the background. I believe we've had a spinner in the rear, but so far, a crazy dramatic getaway from the front runners.
It's been incredibly tricky at the beginning of this race. I believe it was Sieber and Marino that have both taken a tumble down at the order. Miguez, we are watching in 6th position side by side with Gomez, I believe that is, headed in towards turn number 7 at TV3. Very tricky on the curbs around here. You can go off the circuit very, very easy as Guzman Migueles in 9th position, following behind Wuthridge down this back straight, approaching turn number 10. Leocchi and Gomez looking to scrap it out, and there's a touch there from behind. I believe that's Spearson charging up the inside, and very, very close to drama there.
Very close to drama indeed. Harry Scanderi's gone from the back of the pack up to P11. So a great start from him and very close to drama. Another moment there. Guzman Migueles nearly on the back of Timothy Spearson, the Australian liveried car in front. So nearly more contact between the two of them. But Nesta Garcia leads them away at the end of lap number 1. When will we see them 8 usages of push to pass? Remember, it is not 8 at 1 per lap. It is 8 anytime, anywhere. You can use all 8 on 1 lap if you want to. There's a move here on Roberto Miguez from Adrian Gomez. And that's a lovely little move up the inside from Adrian to move up into P number 5. He'll head after Tim Portsmatter now, his big rival from RU3 last time around. And here is Roberto Miguez after a good qualifying, just down into 6th place.
Yeah, it was a nice, tidy move there. I think Miguez knows it's a long race. We've got 27 laps here to compete today. You can't win it on lap number 2, and you certainly can gain your positions back. So it's all about keeping calm, settling into a rhythm from this point onwards. I hope most of the drivers have got that sort of crazy sim racer side that is so common in the space, where they can just go, go absolutely hell for leather at the beginning of the race. They've got to calm down. It's a long race here, and then we will see the results towards the end. But Guzman Migueles, he's all over the back of Spearson, who might feel a bit hard done by with what happened. There was a car going off the circuit on the replay there, but it's been a scrappy start to RU2.
Yeah, very scrappy start to RU2, and let's see what... Oh, Migueles there, just having a little wiggle on the outside line. You see coming through the penultimate corner, being able to hold it strong in towards turn number 1. As Melvin now sets the fastest lap of the race, 27.7 in this one. You can hear the cars whistling down the start straight in towards turn number 1. They go, a beautiful sound. And Melvin within that 4/10 range now of Nesta Garcia. The question is, and only he will be able to know what they've got, even we don't get to know in the commentary box, how many usages of push to pass has he used in this race? That's going to be the big question on everybody's mouths at the moment, is who has used what set of push to pass. And I tell you what, was 0.3 quicker than the car ahead was Melvin last time around. So he's trying to keep Nesta Garcia, the current pole sitter and championship leader, on his toes as we are on lap 3 of this race. Lovely inspired Ayrton Senna type livery from back in the day. As there's a move up the inside. Who was that? Making the move into turn number 1, the bright red car getting through. Because it wasn't Melvin, that's who we're on board with now. So a nice little overtake. Dan, it's just started now to quieten down into a rhythm.
Yeah, it really has. But Melvin Leop, who's been fantastic in closing the gap to Nesta Garcia, is very different to what we saw in RU3 earlier on. The leaders have been very tight-knit at the start. They've separated a bit of a gap to Patrick Tabak further back behind, who's sort of in his own race at the minute. And Leopi is really close now, dipping below 0.5 of a second. Nesta Garcia will look to defend the inside line. It's the fastest lap once again for Melvin Leopi, the quickest man out on circuit at the minute. Not looking to make use of the push to pass, I'd imagine, just yet. He's hanging back for the time being. He's got his own nice logo on the side of his car. I really do like that touch from him there. Very personal.
You'll know if you are new to Racing Unleashed when the push to pass will be activated, unless they've both done it at the same time, because it is an absolute rocket ship in a straight line with the extra bit of electrical boost the car gets as they come through turn number 4 down in towards turn 5. Timothy Spearson then, the Australian driver, just getting close to the back of David Verthrich here, and he's not too far off the back of Roberto Migueles as well. So, ooh, that's a spinner, and that is Roberto, who's had his own little moment, and that has caught 4 of them out. And who's that coming through? That is Norik Liotsky then coming through the pack, and it's made up about 4 places there. But Miguez on his own dropped the rear of the car.
And that is at the very difficult TV3. We touched on it just earlier on in the race. If you get on the curbs on the outside layer, they're very, very high curbings on the exit. It can really dissettle the car, bottom out, and then send you into a spin. That seems to be what happened with Miguez, who's fell down the order. I believe Vertrich and Kuzma Miguez have both dropped down the order as well. And Vertrich made a bit of contact there. There was another spinner further back behind because of that incident. It was just very, very messy, but they've all seemed to get through. And there is Timothy Spirison, you saw on the right-hand side, the bottom right of your screen. He was able to sneak on through on the outside.
Vertrich here had a look on the inside of Liotsky then, and Miguez now trying to just be patient. You can just hear him on and off the throttle, just trying to be patient as he goes through turn number 3 in towards turn 4. He's just biding his time here, but yeah, nice little calm race. And for these drivers, they've always got to think strategically here of when to use that push to pass. 27 laps is a long old time to be racing. When do you strategically look to use that push to pass? Because you don't know when the drivers around you are going to use it either. So you have no idea when they're going to be on it until they use it. So you've got to think strategically when to save yours.
Yeah, you've only got 8 deployments across the entirety of the whole race, which is very, very difficult to see. It's not a battery that you can recharge. It's not an allocation of seconds. It's simply 8 deployments, and that's all you get. It's a very simple system, but I really do like it, and it adds an element of strategy into this race. Do you want to use it to defend possibly and stretch an advantage to your rivals, or do you want to lay all-out attack? Do you want to use it early, stretch a gap, or do you want to keep it until the very end when you have the best opportunity of not losing a position? It is a very exciting element to this race, and we will definitely know when drivers are using it.
We will know when drivers are using it, as David Vertrich here then is sat in a pretty comfortable P8 at the moment, lap 6 of 27, and everybody now off that chaotic start has just got themselves into a nice little rhythm here. Coming through turn number 4 now. And this is a chance for these drivers to just start to settle down and wait to see what happens in this race, as Adrian Gomez has got past Tim Portsmatter. That is for P number 4 and 5. So Adrian will be looking to try and chase down Patrick Dubac here for that 3rd place, and could be crucial for Adrian Gomez in this one, because he's ahead of Miguez, he's ahead of Liotsky then. So a chance for him to move up into that top 3 maybe in the championship order. He's just got to try and hope that somebody can chase down Nestor Garcia, who is on a mission at the moment. He has the fastest lap of the race to his name, and there you can see the camera shot of Adrian Gomez coming through the final few corners. Lovely livery on Adrian's car. They're very smart, very clean, very nice colours.
Yeah, it's a nice combination. You don't really get too much orange and blue on the same car together. So it's a really nice little look for him, and it makes him stand out above the crowd as we get a nice shot of the gantry there. At the very front of the order, Nestor Garcia, he's sort of been able to pull a gap now to Melvin Liopi, but it's been a very tight-knit race at the front of the order. As we're seeing a couple of drivers looking for a move up the inside in this lower top 10 position. The train is led by Timothy Spirison, and it stems all the way down to Harris Skenderi at the very tail end. So it's a fantastic battle that we are witnessing for P6 in this race.
And it just shows the difference, doesn't it, between the Formula 3 car to this Formula 2 car that we've got in front of us now. It just shows that difference in you know, what the drivers have to do with it. The Formula 3 car, very much a simpler car than this Formula 2 car, so it allows the drivers to be a little bit more closer together, invites that closer racing. With this F2 car and the usage of push to pass, we're just seeing different things from different drivers, and it's just creating these few gaps and just making the race a little quieter at this stage in the moment, as is tradition in a Racing Unleashed race, Daniel, which you'll soon come accustomed to. It will come back together and it will be all chaos towards the end, as it normally is, and that is where things get a little bit more interesting. But just shows the difference in the two cars so far.
Absolutely, you can follow a lot closer, and these guys are more well adjusted to them. As Christopher, we are watching at the minute, has a little bit of a slide off the exit of turn at number 13 through 14. He is, of course, in this train, fighting for a spot in the top 10 of this race. It has been very, very close throughout as we got a little move up ahead. I believe that is Migueles going for it on Verthrich. He's looking to the outside of turn number 2. Will have the move done by turn number 3. A very nice move from Guzman Migueles, who's got through on David Verthrich, who's struggling, really struggling at this point in the race to keep at the pace of the drivers in front of him.
He is indeed, and he just looks like he's just got to try and come back into this one a little bit, and we'll see what he can possibly do with that usage of push to pass as the race goes on. Harris Skenderi then just behind that of Christoffel, just ahead, so he's trying to make up some moves. Own time points scoring positions being held currently by Jamie Igio then, and that's going to be crucial to see what or who will score what points today, because the thing with Racing Unleashed over the seasons before it was rebranded to RU2 and RU1, when it was Race League and Challenger League, it was always a different top 10 in that RU2 series every week. You always kind of got a different winner or a different top 10. Interesting to see if this new format of racing here in the Esports series at Racing Unleashed will continue a similar pattern.
I think it's a great format. I think it's a really unique thing that you don't actually quite get in a lot of other series where you've got the fight for the promotion and the relegation. It adds that another layer of excitement that really does interest me, as Skenderi is looking towards the outside line of Andrin Christoffel. These two have fallen off the back of Jamie Igio in front of them, and I think Skenderi will be a little bit impatient. He doesn't want to lose touch with the top 10 as much as you want to settle into a rhythm. You want to keep up the pace, you want to be in the fight, because you can't make the moves at the end of the race if you're not there to begin with. So Skenderi sensing that bit of urgency that Christoffel might not have at this point.
Yeah, maybe just trying to, like you say, move along pretty quick. And we'll see if he uses that push to pass down the back straight at the moment. Not really seen any driver use it thus far. So it'll be interesting to see if they do use it anytime soon, because everybody's just kind of being patient. And we've seen different strategies play out. We may see it again in RU1. How much does a driver go early on their push to pass compared to saving it to the very end? We've seen in the past here at Racing Unleashed, a lot of drivers tend to just use a lot early on to try and get that better start. But then towards the end, if they don't have that natural pace to keep the gap at a similar distance, they'll get closed in by and caught up and overtaken towards the end of the race. So really that strategy in RU2 and RU1 we're going to see a lot more of. That's going to make things just a little bit more interesting as we go forward. Here's Guzman Migueles then, looking to the outside of Liotsky, and through he goes. Nice little overtake there from Migueles. Used the slipstream, pulled back to the racing line, and around the outside of turn 1 he went. So good stuff there from Guzman. He moves himself up into P7.
Yeah, fantastic overtake from Guzman, and he's sort of been one of the drivers in focus that we've had today. He's not necessarily been at the front of the order, but he's been in and around the battles and really making an impression, certainly on myself, and I'd imagine for all the viewers at home, and in, of course, the facilities that we have across Europe here at Racing Unleashed. Norek Liotsky is following in the wheel tracks. We've got the off-board shot, a fantastic view of what it's like to be a racer here in one of our fantastic simulators that we have here at Racing Unleashed. He's following in the wheel tracks of Guzman Migueles. They've got Spearson, I believe that is, just in front of them as well. So a very nice fight shaping out for P6. But they are struggling to keep the top 5 at the moment.
Yeah, interesting to see that they are so far behind the top 5. 1 or 2 seconds may be fine, but Timothy Spearson, just not got the pace of the front runners. Today as well, by the way, what a day for the Madrid Lounge. 3 pole positions and so far 2 race wins and 2 fastest laps. They are going to be hoping that Nestor Garcia can keep up this kind of momentum. As we can speak with Sebastian Hawkins in just a moment, as here comes Liotsky to the outside line of turn number 1. Skenderi, fastest lap of the race. Little bit of muscled out there was Liotsky, by that of Migueles. Sebastian, welcome back in. It's been a great start to RU2 for round number 2.
Yeah, thank you. No, it's been good. Some great battling lap one was always going to throw some exciting opportunities. And to be honest, when I said side by side in the driver briefing, I wasn't expecting 3 wide through turn 1 and turn 2. So good to see some action. I think, yeah, quieting down now as we usually expect through these races. Like you've both been talking about, a lot of strategy, a lot of decisive moves, and just a lot of risk management at the moment. And then I think it starts to ramp up towards the end. But yeah, it's interesting.
Dan, anything for Seb?
Yeah, Seb, from an outsider looking in, I want to know sort of what you think about the strategy regarding the push to pass. Of course, not present in RU3, but now with these drivers, they seem to be saving it. We haven't noticed anyone really going on the push to pass and trying to make an overtake. How would you imagine that these guys are playing it at this point?
Yeah, I think it depends. I think it all starts probably from qualifying, really, if I'm in the drive seat. I think it just depends how your qualifying goes, where you are at the start, and how you can use it. I mean, defensively, it's a very useful thing if you're struggling to get into a rhythm early on in the stint. Obviously, we know a good percentage of sim racing is based on the mind and where you are, and I think we're seeing some drivers that are perfect from the get-go, and they're straight into that mentality, but other drivers that this push to pass just gives them a little bit of extra.
Sorry, Sebastian, you're going to have to just butt in a moment. Melvin has dropped out of P2 and is all the way down at the moment in P5. What has happened to the Brazilian driver who was keeping up with Nestor Garcia? He's dropped dramatically down the order. And I'd just seen the comment come in on the virtual grandstand asking what had happened to Melvin. We haven't seen anything, but a mistake there. Sorry, Daniel, I'll let you continue with Seb.
No, I think it's actually a pretty...
Such a shame with
nice
Melvin
segue
as well.
I think it's a pretty nice segue into sort of the tension that these drivers are feeling in the actual environment, in the facilities, racing alongside each other. How is it like being there? What are the drivers feeling? What's the atmosphere like there?
Yeah, it's good. I mean, Melvin's a prime example of what we were just saying, right? It's, Nestor Garcia is a name that's been in sim racing for a long time, and to see him at the front is not a surprise to many people. But Melvin being somebody who's spent a lot of time, I know, training and practicing since RU3 last year, put a 10th off him in qualifying, which is just, superb. So, again, but it comes to that mindset. Again, qualifying is a different mindset to the race. The race is an endurance, and as you say, there's a lot of pressure. There's a lot of noise here. There's a lot of fans and partners and family here. So it's all these drivers are actually dealing with the pressures that I think you're less likely to feel when you're in your bedroom or your sim at home. It's a completely different environment. So it's the purpose of why we do this. It's to see if the drivers can handle that pressure, how they handle that pressure, and how ultimately they work on that strategy themselves. So it's very interesting. These races always take different turns, and just when we thought it was nice and under control, something happens.
And I think for Melvin as well, he's actually got a bit of a less sort of pressure on him. He's worked with Racing Unleashed before becoming a driver, used to work in one of the lounges at Zurich Airport, so he's been around this sort of environment for a while with these procedures. So I always feel like Melvin's kind of not used to it from that driver side point of view, but understands it a bit more than the others.
Yeah, and I think that plays into an advantage as well, but I think also we've got a lot of hungry sim racers, and there's sim racers that are coming in hot during these couple of weeks of practice, and it's that combination of the two, and that we love about this, right? We've got different people of different backgrounds, and people that are coming up from RU3 that it's just their first time hitting a stage this big, and subsequently onto RU1. So lots to learn, and we talk about strategy a lot, and we hear that in motorsport. Every time we talk about it's car setup, it's strategy, but all of these drivers are learning this as they drive, as each round comes, as each change happens. New cars, new tracks. All the time there's variables that are changing, and while we're still looking to a future where we add more and more variables to the racing, I think right now there's still lots for the drivers to manage, and as we say, the big one is that consistency, and the beauty of the simulators is it provides that replica of real life. You've got to be focused and committed through the whole of the race, and one slight mistake, somebody's down your inside.
Indeed. Well, speaking of down the inside, that was Guzman Migles getting past Timothy Spearson into turn number 1. An indication there of the push to pass being used as he just pulled away down that start-finish straight. He's now onto the back of onto the back of Melvin then, who's down in P5. Harry Skenderi, fastest man on track in P10. Sebastian, thank you very much for chatting with us. We'll hopefully speak to you again a little later on in the broadcast, maybe.
No problem. Enjoy.
You too. As Daniel, it's been a quiet race again, but Miguel's just making some moves. Scanderi fastest lap, he's now into the top 10. So interesting to see what's going to happen in this race as we come towards that last half of it now. We're on lap 15 of 27.
A little bit of weaving from Melvin, headed down in towards the first corner. Miguel's following in his wheel tracks, not utilising the push to pass this time by. He's a bit too far back, but you see how much more confident he is in towards turn number 1. And Miguel is a bit like from RU3, we saw Julian Amann not necessarily at the front, but always making these prolific overtakes. He's certainly been one driver to watch here today. He's been incredible to witness, and he's following in the wheel tracks of Melvin Leop. He's not really touched the top 5 so much today. And Melvin, of course, making that mistake, certainly feeling the pressure of being in the real-life environment, and now with Guzman Miguelez right in his wheel tracks.
Indeed he is. I'm just looking at the timing towers and the last lap times at the moment. Néstor Garcia just slowly just chipping away a couple of tenths into that lead that he's got. Sorry, adding a couple more tenths to that lead that he has got over Patrick Dubath then in second. But everybody else after that, pretty much similar lap times, around that mid 28s that they're lapping here. Portsmouth at last lap was a 28.1. He was second fastest on the track, so maybe trying to just close in on Adrian Gomez a little bit. Here is David Verthwich then, down in 9th place, looking pretty good value for his money at the moment. But a pretty quiet one so far for David. He's about a second off the back of Nurik Lotsky then, and he's 1.2 ahead of Haris Scanderi. No, 1.9 ahead of Haris Scanderi. Bit of push to pass could close that gap, but he's going to want to be clever with it.
Absolutely. I think you only get 8 deployments, and to just close a gap is, to me at least, it's not the best use of it. You know, you want to be right behind someone when you want to use it, or you want to be within striking distance, and it can be so tricky to really identify when you're actually in those positions. Combine it with the fact that you're moving all the time in these motion simulators. You've got people in real life watching you race. I mean, it's a very, very difficult game of the mind. So much as it is a game of actually racing properly and making every adjustment with your hands. You've got to make the adjustments with your mind. As we look back to Guzman Miguelez, seems to be the coolest man in the room at the minute. He has been ice at this point in time, making his overtakes, following Melvin Leopi, who once again still struggling in this race. As we're over the halfway point, Matthew, we're coming towards the end. Definitely the urgency is going to start to build for these guys.
Yeah, just now hitting that final 10 laps, aren't we, as we start to move towards the end of this RU2 race, and Melvin there just trying to break that slipstream of Guzman behind him. But we're just going to start to get that urgency, like you say. Track temp is 25 degrees out there, so it's not overly warm on the track temperature. So these tyres not going to take too much of a battering compared to what we sometimes see in Barcelona, where it's in the 30s, touching the 40s track temperature wise. So this is an interesting one to keep our eyes on as this race plays out. But yeah, Melvin, since whatever has happened to him, because we didn't see it, has just not looked like he's got the same sort of pace and isn't able to extract what he was doing at the start. So yeah, going to be difficult to keep our eyes on whether he can hang on to this P4. It's back down to Xavier Schmidt in P18. Well clear of Laurent Stump for P19 behind, but he's got Roberto Miguez, who had that moment of his own, and Tyler Saber. I'm really loving the cars whistling as they come through the straights here. It's beautiful noise.
Oh yeah, absolutely. There's something about an engine roaring past, and you get the oscillations and you feel the vibrations. It really is something special. And there is something beautiful about watching racing in real life. And of course, sim racing, it's very hard to get that effect. But being in the facilities and being in the centres across Europe, in Munich, Zurich and Madrid, I would say it would give the people watching the race, not necessarily driving, but it gives them the experience and the feel of really watching a real life race here. And certainly being in that cockpit shaking about, I don't know how more real it can get without it actually being real.
Yeah, let me tell you, it is the closest thing I think to being out there on an actual circuit in an actual car, I'd say. Having driven in the simulators before. And thinking back 2, maybe 3 years ago, the commentary was actually done in one of the lounges in Kemptal in Zurich. And I tell you what, the passion from the drivers that you could hear from the commentary booth in that racing lounge was absolutely incredible. So you're right in what you're saying, Dan. The adrenaline, the emotion, the passion as Guzman Migueles on his own. We've spoken about them curbs, and he has just dropped a wheel. It looked like it touched the sausage curb. Round he went. What was potentially going to be P5 is now outside the top 10.
And he had to agonisingly wait for everyone to go on by before safely rejoining the circuit. That is heartache for a driver who is on the precipice of being in a top 5 position. Melvin Liuppi will be sighing many sighs of relief at this point in time. I mean, he had him breathing down his neck. Now he's got a cool 3.5 second gap to Spirison in front of him, but that is very disappointing for Guzman Migueles here today. He'll be upset with that one.
Yeah, he really will. He'll be kicking himself that he's made that mistake, especially after seeing Roberto Miguez make the mistake earlier on. He will be devastated. And while you were speaking a moment ago, I was just looking at them championship points. Roberto Miguez, second in the championship. Now, points are all the way down to 19th place, so everybody scores a point here. But he's only going to come away with one. When you look at Liotsky, who's up in 7th, he's going to score himself a good amount of points, 16 to be precise. Gomez is currently sat in 3rd. Portsmouth is sat in 4th. They're all going to score really well. I know it's too early to say. There's still 6 rounds left after this one, but it's that kind of inconsistency as a driver you don't need in a championship.
No, absolutely. And it's certainly one that you don't want when you're on the precipice of reaching RU1 and you have to fight for promotion. It's so difficult if you make mistakes like that to stay in the right mindset and to stay consistent, especially when it's a relatively short season we've got here at Racing Unleashed across both RU1 and RU2. It's even shorter for RU3, but it really emphasizes being consistent across every single race that you have, because you haven't got like a stock car season of 36 races where you can mess up for a couple races. You need to be on the ball every single time.
And this is this, isn't it? We've not seen any driver be involved in an incident today, apart from one they've done themselves. You know, it's not because of another driver that has put you down this order. That is your own mistake that the 2 drivers have made today, and they only really have themselves to look at and sort of think, why did I make that error? And this is the other emotions that drivers will then show. For them two at the end of this race, Migueles and Miguez, they'll both be reflecting on this, as here is Roberto Miguez looking on the back of Tyler Sable, fancies himself another point or 2. Outside to inside, back to outside of turn 3, nearly wheel-to-wheel contact made, and Roberto trying to hold it strong around the outside a bit more. Side pod to side pod there. Down towards turn 4 comes Roberto Miguez, still looking around that outside line, and there is the contact that forces Miguez off and allows what I believe was Xavier Schmidt to come through, and Miguez back down to 18th place. What a shame.
That is frustration building up for Roberto Miguez. That really is evident in the way that he was driving there. He didn't want that contact with Tyler Sieber through turn number 3, and he sort of impulsively turned in too early, I think, in towards turn number 4. Sieber was well within his rights to be on that right-hand side. So that is very unfortunate for Roberto Miguez, who needs these points. He's second in the standings as it goes. He will not be for very much longer. So very disappointing for Miguez.
Lap 21 of 26. We've barely seen Nestor Garcia in this race because he's been so dominant so far. But this is Xavier Schmidt, then down in 17th place on the back of Tyler Saber here, with Roberto Miguez trying to gain back onto the rear once again. And I'm very surprised. I haven't noticed as much of that push to pass effect that we normally see here at Catalonia. So very surprised by that. As here is Verthwich then, trying to hold on to P8 over Skenderi, but also looking to close in on P7 of Norik Liotsky then for that 7th place. So interesting fight developing here.
Yeah, it's been nice and calm, especially inside that top 10 for the majority of this race. We've seen a good few moves from Migueles, but of course he had his spin through TV3. So we're getting a nice shot of the fans and the family and the friends watching David Vuthric following in towards turn number 11. He's really looking for that overtake on Liotsky, I believe it is, yes, in front of him. So it's great to see everyone, you know, really getting engrossed in the scenes that we are witnessing around us. It's a really enjoyable atmosphere to be a part of. And yeah, as I said, I'm looking at Skyscanner. I might be on the precipice of, I've said that one too many times, I might be booking a flight very, very soon.
Either way, I'm sure you'll enjoy it if you do. Which here, getting very close to the back. Liotsky just in front of him. I keep saying I'm going back, but I haven't done it just yet. Although I suppose that's the bonus of having a baby within the last year. So that's possibly put to bed going over to Switzerland at the moment. But we'll try and get back out there to one of the simulators, I'm sure, throughout this year. There's a 3-month summer break. I might fit it in then. There's Vuthric looking to make a move. Miguez has just got back ahead of Schmidt for 17th place. So he's now on the rear of Saber again, to try and take 16th place, and that'll probably be all she wrote for Roberto today, because he's 9 seconds behind Guzman Migueles, so you don't imagine that's going to happen.
Yeah,
But what a calm race compared to RU3. Sorry, Dan.
No, not at all. It has certainly been a calm race, and we've seen a couple of drivers making errors, but we've not seen that really cutthroat, close battling that we saw in RU3. It's certainly been cleaner than it was, and that of course does come with experience that these guys certainly do have over the RU3 runners. But you know, there's still 5 laps to go left in this race. Yeah, we've just started lap number 23 of 27, so 5 to go in this one. Still plenty of opportunities for battling to take place, and there's a couple of gaps which I can see coming down very, very soon. And of course, we've got some very close gaps already. This battle for 7th position is very interesting to watch between Liotsky, Vuthric and Skenderi. Skenderi's had a fantastic race. He's stayed out of trouble. He started right down the order. Now in the top 10, and possibly by the end of this race in P7.
Back of the grid, if I remember rightly, was Skenderi. Yeah. So a real good drive from the young man today in this one. I wonder what Garcia's got left in the tank, whether he's got out the couple of push-to-pass laps left, maybe to just try and take that fastest lap back at the end of this one. Now, something else has happened to Roberto Miguez, because he's now down to 19th. Him and Tyler Saber have just dropped down the order. So maybe another incident there, and Roberto Miguez's race goes from bad to worse. Is looking in the virtual grandstand. Shout out to the drone pilot. He needs a pay rise, that boy, because he's so close to the action and captivates the whole circuit, and he really is on an immense charge. And what a difference. I'm just going to point out, obviously Dan wasn't here for round 1 at Spielberg a month ago, but what a difference a month ago. I had no voice pretty much for 2 days after such drama in RU2 and RU1, and Dan's come and brought some nice calm racing, keep hold of the voice with RU3 there to chat about as well, and he's just made it all nice and calm for us all today.
Well, I don't mean to bore the racing down or anything.
Oh no, you've not bored it, just calmed it. Just calm. It's still been a great race, to be fair, because we've seen drivers make mistakes. You know, Melvin, Roberto, Guzman have all had their errors. We've seen Harry Skenderi put on a masterclass to get inside the top 10. Vuthric here really looking interested on the back of Liotsky. Further forward, Portsmouth, I'm just looking at the timing screen. He's sort of the time fluctuating between 1.5 to 9/10 of a second. So keep your eyes on Portsmouth. I've just got a feeling drivers are going to have all saved some push to pass for these last few laps, and they're all going to use it at the same time, and it's going to kind of null and void what they're trying to do with each other.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, if everyone's using the advantage, then no one has the advantage. Essentially, that's what it can be boiled down to. But still, we're coming up towards now 3 laps to go. Nesta Garcia has just started lap number 25. A couple more gaps are beginning to close up a little bit. Adrian Gomez got pretty close to the rear of Patrick de Beck, as did Tim Potsmatter. That might be relative to their position on circuit, not necessarily track time. But here is David Vutric on the back of Leocki with the push to pass active. Leocki goes very defensive towards the inside line. David Vutric, he goes even lower, and he makes up that position. He finds himself now in P7 with 3 laps to go. Norik Leocki certainly has a strategy in mind. He knows that Vutric has just used another dosage of his push to pass, and he can use that to his advantage later on.
And if you are just joining us, push to pass, remember, is 8 usages. At any given moment you want to use them, and they last for 8 seconds at a time. So let's see what happens in this one. And of course, if you want to get involved with anything here at Racing Unleashed, don't forget to just try and join the Discord, or follow, or go and check out us on racing-unleashed.com, our website. But if you join the Discord there and get that community growing, you can try and find yourself in one of these simulators. There's the QR code on screen now if you'd like to scan that and join the Discord channel and community, and what could be your chance to get yourself in one of these cockpits, and a chance for you to maybe show what you can do on the grid. And Nesta Garcia must have saved up some push to pass as he bangs in a 127.1.
Yeah, he's flying at this point. Nesta Garcia, we haven't actually seen him since I think about lap number 5. He has been just in his own race, running away with the field. It helped him out that Melvin Leopi made his mistake and created a chasm between first and second. And speaking of Leopi, he drops another position, and he's dropped a number of positions on the timing tower. I wonder, is that another mistake for Leopi? He's dropped another one now, down to 10th position. I think he's coming into
he's in the pits.
The pit lane.
Drive-through penalty maybe for then I'm going to assume track limits for Melvin. And he's had to serve a drive-through penalty, and that has put him just ahead of, that is Guzman Migles, who was chasing down Melvin Leopi then earlier on. And on the penultimate lap of the race, the man who was fighting for the lead with Nesta Garcia is now fighting to hang on for P11.
Absolutely. I mean, this is really shaking up the race for these two. They were they were pretty close to each other for 5th position previously, and now they're close to each other for 11th position now. So it's swings and roundabouts for them, unfortunately.
And Harris Skenderi, 19th to 7th place, as he's got past Norik Leocki as well. So Skenderi, well, you have to, if you was to give a driver of the day vote to anybody, it probably would have to go to that man from last to 7th, and could even get P6 here because he's on the back of Verthwich with a lap and a bit to go in this race. And Timothy Spearson makes a mistake. He's not a million miles up the road either. So we'll see what Harris Skenderi can do. Right, is there going to be any push to pass use down the start straight? Big lift, back on the power, through the final corner to cross the line and start the final lap of the race. Don't think there was any push to pass from him there. Yeah, either they both are or none of them are, because they stayed pretty similar.
I think they were hitting the rev limiter a little bit earlier than they were, on previous laps. I think they're both on the push to pass, but on the final lap, if you've got any allocation left, you have to use it now. I mean, it's no good if you finish the race already and you can't make any more overtakes. So this really is do or die time for both Vutric and Skenderi, fighting for 6th position in this race. What a tour for Skenderi. Can he do one more on the final lap?
Yeah, can he get that one more then? Into the middle sector they go now. We've got Nesta Garcia cruising out front once again. The first time we've seen him since the opening lap. Hopefully we'll be able to keep our eyes on that fight just a bit further back. But for Nesta Garcia, it is going to be 2 from 2, and Madrid keep on their winning way in the RU2 Championship. Nesta Garcia wins again here at Barcelona in great fashion for the Spaniard. Patrick Dubac will come home in 2nd place. From Adrian Gomez in 3rd, Tim Portsmatter crosses the line 4th. And we await now that Harris Skenderi fight with David Verthwich. That doesn't look like it's going to happen as they round the final corner. Spearson will get P5 from Verthwich, from Skenderi. But what a drive, 19th to 7th. Great stuff from everybody there.
Yeah, great stuff from everyone on this field. It was an incredibly clean race all throughout. Couple of mistakes here and there, but that is by the by. I mean, there was no blatant misconduct. Leopi's going to come home in a very disappointing 11th position after running in second. We know that he did have an in-game penalty that's been updated on the live incident report. So it's possibly something to do with compounding incidents of him running off the circuit. But an untouchable performance from Nestor Garcia. It was never in doubt. And when his closest rival, Roberto Miguez, has a shocking race by his standards, that is really going to create a gap at the top of the standings.
And you can hear the round of applause in the Madrid lounge for Nestor Garcia, who, for Madrid today, 3 pole positions, 3 race wins, 3 fastest laps. Patrick Dubac can be happy with P number 2 and Adrian Gomez on the podium once again, as he may now take second place in the championship. Madrid are very, very happy people today. They are putting on an expedition in how to win races. Timothy Spearson there looks pretty content with his P4.
Absolutely, it was a great finish for him. Of course, 9th in round number 1, and he can go out and have a little coffee, possibly say hello to his girlfriend, and that's very sweet. It's good to see all the support for these drivers out here today, from family and friends to people who just enjoy some racing. It really is a fantastic environment to be here. And of course, this is the Zurich, I believe, city centre facility. It's fantastic again.
So your provisional results from round 2 of Barcelona. Nestor Garcia is your race winner from Patrick Dubac. Adrian Gomez rounds out P3 from Tim Portsmatter in 4th. Timothy Spearson was P5 from David Verthwich. Harry Skenderi with a great drive from 19th to 7th. Norik Liotsky was P8 from Jamie Aguio. And then Ivan Marino rounded out your top 10. Melvin with a moment and a drive-through down in P11 ahead of Guzman Migles, who had his own dramas. Andrin Christoffel was P13 from Walter Troninger. Mark Gamez, in P15 from Xavier Schmidt. Lorenz Stump, Tyler Saber, and a day to forget for Roberto Miguez. A couple of his moments on his own, and we didn't see what happened between him and Tyler to drop them down to the bottom of the grid. The Provisional Championship standings sees Nestor Garcia top of the leaderboard by some margin from Andrin Gomez. You can see the gap already there. Tim Portsmatter moves up into 3rd, who's only 5 points behind. Norik Liotsky and Patrick Dubac tied on 39 points, with Harry Skenderi, Timothy Spearson tied on for 6th on 32. Marino and Miguez tied on 29. Aguio is in 10th place on 26th. Verthwich 1 point clear of Melvin Liopi. Guzman Migles on 18 from Andrin Christoffel, who is tied with Walter Troninger. Lorenz Stump, Tyler Saber, Mark Gamez, Xavier Schmidt and Maximilian Neers down the bottom end of the field. And we're going to start then with P3 man today, Adrian Gomez, who will be on the podium for an interview. Adrian, great little race from yourself today. Not the pace of the front 2, but 3rd place nonetheless. Pretty good result.
Yeah, I didn't make the quality I wanted. Anyway, I didn't have so much pace on this track, so the podium is quite great. I have a lot of fighting as always, a lot of move on Tim and Roberto. So yeah, 3 overtakes this race. And yeah, I think I'm P2 on the championship right now, so we'll try to keep fighting and do the best possible in Spa.
Yeah, P2 in the championship you've just moved up to. We head into Spa in a month's time. That's a completely different circuit to what we've had today. What can you do around Spa? Can you close that gap to Nestor?
Spa is a very different track, a lot of straights, and there will be a lot of overtakes, so it's going to be a crazy race, I think. So I will try my best. I hope to have a little more pace than in Barcelona, so we'll see in a month.
Well, Adrian, congratulations today. Enjoy that P3, and we'll see you next time.
Thank you.
And we will have no P1 interview this afternoon, but we are joined by Patrick, who was P number 2 today. Patrick, great drive from yourself, P number 2. Again, just not the pace of the race leader.
No, definitely not. But I didn't expect it to be like on pace with Nestor or Melvin. Shame what happened to Melvin in this race. I think he would have had the pace for P2. But yeah, I take it, and I was happy to just drive my laps and keep on the pace. Yeah.
It was a pretty quiet race from yourself. It was just about you keeping yourself focused and getting them laps in.
I had some minor issues here and there and lost 2 or 3 tenths, right? But at some point I was just like driving like in practice, and I knew I could do that. I knew I can get the pace consistently in. So I just stayed on that and tried to bring it home, yeah.
Spa, next time out, what's your thoughts on Spa? What can we do around there?
Different track, different situation, I don't know. We will see. I think time will tell. Simply, Barcelona just fitted me extremely well from the beginning in practice and now in the quali as well. So we will see. Time will tell, yeah.
Well, Patrick, congratulations on the P2 today. Enjoy that one, and we'll see you next time.
Thank you, Matthew.
Again, no P1 interview for today. But Daniel, 2 drivers who seem pretty content with their podiums there, and they are now going to move on to Spa to try and get maybe some more points in the bag.
Absolutely. It was incredibly run from the pair of them, and Spa is going to be a whole different ball game, or wheel game possibly, if you want to call it that, to what it was today in Catalonia. But before we close out on RU2, we got to talk about Nestor Garcia again. Untouchable from the very front from the start of the race. He was incredible today.
How does anybody come around to catch him? Because he is just phenomenal at the moment. 2 poles, 2 wins, 2 fastest laps, and we've still got 6 races to go. Could he clean sweep this season? Who's going to know? We'll find out as the championship goes on, won't we? Spa next for the RU2 drivers. But first, before we end today, it's time for RU1 Catalonia.
This is the RU Esports Series, a new era of sim racing, built for the world's fastest drivers, competed live and broadcast globally. With one of the largest prize pools in sim racing, RU Esports rewards performance at the highest level, across every race and across the entire season. The RU Esports Series is built on a clear competitive ecosystem. RU3 is the global entry point, open to anyone ready to compete. RU2 is the development tier, where rising talent proves they belong. RU1 is the flagship championship, the pinnacle of Racing Unleashed competition. Performance decides everything. Promotion and relegation ensure the best drivers rise, and every position must be earned. Unlike traditional online competitions, RU Esports is competed live, in person, at Racing Unleashed lounges around the world. Every driver races on identical simulators, under broadcast conditions, in a true professional esports environment. Each event is delivered with broadcast-level production, live timing, telemetry, and global streaming, bringing elite sim racing to fans everywhere. This is the pathway to the top of sim racing. This is the RU Esports Series.
Welcome back to Racing Unleashed here, joined by Matthew Duffin and Daniel in the commentary box. Daniel, it's been a great day so far, but it is now time for the best of the best here at Racing Unleashed. It is the RU1 driver's turn.
Oh yeah, this is what we've been waiting for today. It is very exciting. I am getting a bit, I got some goosebumps going on here, waiting for these drivers to take to Catalonia. We saw a fantastic race in RU2 just a few moments ago. And now we are ready to see them going ahead. So yeah, I can't wait to get started. It really is going to be special. We got some fantastic names on the grid here today, and I definitely think we've got a good race coming.
A big name that is missing, Alejandro Sanchez, not on the grid. That is a big name for the championship missing, but 15 of the best drivers here in RU1 with your current championship standings looking like this. And it is the Williams Esports driver of Ciro Zambra who is leading the way from Michael Schmiedel. What a start to the season for Ciro Zambra back at Spielberg. He controlled the race pretty well. Schmiedel, though, defending champion, the last 4 in a row, he will be looking to try and take hold of that lead. Sanchez not here, he sits in P3. Coque Lopez in P4. What can he do today? Enrique Marion is in 5th place from Sebastian Hirsch. Augustin Torlacci from Yannick Pletcher. Good start to his season. He did get that penalty, so didn't keep hold of the podium in the end, so he dropped down to 8th. Angelo Mikel from Sinan de Merbas, Mario Stanic from Marcus Valverde, Matthias Orjula, Simone Ize, Sergio Sobrino, and Fabrizio Donazo and Mohamed Ramsey. Great to see Mohamed back onto the track today. And let's see what will happen here at Catalonia. But some brilliant drivers out there this afternoon, and yeah, the best of the best of what Race Unleashed has to offer for now anyway. We'll see what happens in future years to come. What's going to happen in this one, Daniel? Obviously 4 cars less, but more intensity on the grid.
Yeah, we know what to expect as well. We've seen Catalonia, of course, literally just 10 minutes ago. We witnessed the RU2 race, so definitely we know what we are expecting here in Catalonia. Of course, it's going to be similar format with the 8 push-to passes. Definitely going to be a lot of strategy in play here. But those 4 less drivers could mean a slightly tighter field, possibly. Less chance for incidents to occur, really. And so possibly everyone is going to be a little bit more tight-knit throughout the entirety of this race. But only time will tell. Of course, we are approaching qualifying very, very soon around this fantastic circuit. And now you can see the seats are starting to fill up for these RU1 drivers. Ciro Zambra getting ready. He's practicing at the minute. And it really is the tension. You can feel it just by looking at the screen. You don't even need to be there. You can feel the atmosphere.
You can indeed. And remember, these drivers are driving in the Formula RSS Hybrid 2025 car, a high-performance Formula style car with no added assists on board it. And this is the entry point into the ecosystem, which is open to all. Sorry, no, I've read the wrong one. That's RU3. This is the highest level of competition, featuring historical RU drivers and select wildcards. And historical drivers like this man on your screen, Michael Schmiedel, the current defending champion and multiple champion here at Racing Unleashed. He's gone back to back, I do believe, 4 championships. But can Coque Lopez be the man to stop him? Ciro Zambra leads the championship. Is he going to also try and stop Michael Schmiedel in this race today at Catalonia? Schmiedel actually went through last season. I think he won 1 race last season on his way to taking the championship crown. It shows how consistent the driver is. And it shows what you've got to do to win a championship. Consistency will win you that championship.
Absolutely. It's all about just performing at your very, very best. It's not necessarily being the best, but it's just doing the best you can week in, week out, and over time. though that will yield results and you will end up succeeding as all these drivers are still prepping. I'm loving how many people have turned up here today. I saw a dog in the background of one of the shots as well. If anyone knows anything about me, it's I absolutely adore any kind of dog. So very excited to see that not only are people turning up to these events, but we've got multiple species coming here today to witness these, to witness RU.
Even the dogs are along to watch the racing today. So, yep, come on down, bring your pets, apparently, and enjoy some racing. Grab yourself a nice drink. It looked a warm day in Zurich. It looks also a nice day in Munich and Madrid, as always, as well. And we're seeing in the virtual grandstand, book your coaching with Ciro Zambra to make your way into RU1. Great to see. The only coach you need, apparently, Ciro Zambra is a guy who I've seen around the lounges a lot, really help other drivers and really work with other drivers to help them progress. None more so than Yannick Pletcher there. A lot of support going in the way of Ciro Zambra in that virtual grandstand. So we'll see what happens for him as he goes. And there he is, the young man, the Williams Esports development driver, academy driver. So great to see him on the grid. Had the chance of saving up a lot of money and probably prize money from Racing Unleashed last season to help go towards a test day at the Algarve, the Portimao circuit, in a real-life Mercedes AMG GT3, and wants to make that his goal. And with Racing Unleashed, he's looking to make that possible.
Absolutely, and again, this is bridging the gap and blurring the lines between what is real and what is not with racing. And I mean, again, we've stated numerous times how much more real do you want it to be with what we are seeing here, these high-tech, incredible, innovative systems that we've got. And having a look at the Zurich lounge, you can see the lights are red. It is RU1. They've changed it once again. I just love that little personal touch for all of the. It does, doesn't it? It's a colour of racing, isn't it? Red. It's racing red. So it's fitting for the very upper echelon of the RU Esports series.
We've gone from the bright yellow to the slightly darker green to the really dark red, and it's now that kind of colour that kind of, makes you want to focus, lock in. Let's hopefully hope none of the drivers don't see red today and cause an incident, but it's setting the mood in that Zurich City lounge, isn't it, as well, for these drivers and the fans watching. There's Schmiedel, there's Lopez, now Schmiedel on screen. They're ready to go. And this is going to be an interesting round. Remember, if you do want to try and take part and become one of the drivers here at Racing Unleashed, all you have to do is go to racing-unleashed.com, or there'll be a QR code coming on your screen. Scan that, join our Discord channel, and get involved. Ask for anybody to give you some assistance, point you in the right direction if you'd like to be on the RU3 grid. Remember, if you want to be on that RU3 grid, you have to be at one of the racing lounges in the Zurich City Centre or Zurich Airport, the Motor World building in Munich, or the lounge in Madrid. You have to set a qualifying time. The qualification period for RU3 opens on the 15th of April and will close the Friday the week after, just before the third rounds of the season. So please do get yourself involved with everything here. The virtual grandstand has been absolutely fantastic with chat all day. So let's keep some of the chat coming in that we can try and hopefully read off a few bits later on. But Daniel, your first event's coming towards an end for today. It is now 1:10 UK time. We've been on air for 3 hours at the moment, and we've still got this fantastic race to go.
It has not felt like 3 hours whatsoever. It's gone by in an absolute flash. It's been very, very enjoyable from start to finish, and it was great to see the variety of races that we've had here today. We've got the young prospects, so the lesser experienced drivers. There's Fabrizio Donoso, arguably one of the most experienced drivers on the grid that we have today. It's a bit of a legend in sim racing. So we'll see what one of the wildcard entries can achieve here today. But it's great to see the RU3 drivers and then the RU2s, and now to the RU1s, the very, very best of the best. We will see very, very shortly as they are loading into the server, getting ready for qualifying. Again, it's just a 5-minute session. They only get one crack at the whip.
One crack at the whip, and as you say, for the people at home who don't know who Fabrizio Donoso is, he's an F1 sim racing legend who's competed at the highest level in F1 sim racing from 2017 to 2025. So a real experienced driver who is trying to then bring that experience from normal sims into these kind of simulators. And it must be such a big change to go from his simulator at home or wherever he's sim raced across the world into one of these unique pieces of machinery.
Absolutely, and you can think about it, it's 9 years of his life that he's been sim racing at the top of the world, really, isn't it? So, I mean, the amount of rigs he must have had in his time, I'd imagine that this has got to be the most advanced and the most exciting one to drive. Simone Etzi, I hope I've said that name right, is also one of our wildcard entries in for this season. He's got some fantastic experience. He's an endurance racer. He's raced all across sim racing disciplines. So we'll see what he can achieve here today. But 15 drivers on this grid, and I'm telling you what, I think any one of them could take pole.
Yeah, I think any one of them can take pole. It's hard to look past the main man Schmiedel, but can anybody challenge him today? Ciro Zambra took the pole away from him last time out, as we're on board with Iezi here then, coming through the final corner down the start line to start their first flying lap. I say first, only flying lap of the race. And what can Simone do in this one? As you're seeing a few chats, comments coming in as well. It's great to see that a fan called Yoshi's been here for the whole event. So great to hear from Yoshi there on that one. Nice to have you in. And you do know one of the commentators, that'll be me, buddy, because we chat on the regular basis. And then, of course, we've got our moderators in there keeping it looking well, as Izzy there just locks up a little bit in turn number 5. Not going to hurt them too much here. Now, the tricky section, bit of the curb, little bit of the curb, and you see, that's what you've got to do. Just take them little parts of that inner curb through that S's part before you come up the hill, down the back straight now. Not as heavy a braking zone, is it, for this hairpin corner, Daniel, now that it's been alterated?
No, absolutely. It's a lot more long and sweeping. You've got to be more patient on the throttle than you were before. And then through turn number 11, I believe this is exactly the same. And through, that was actually turn 12. This is turn number 13, which is changed with the MotoGP layout. And then through the final corner at Catalunya to come across the line. What will it be for Simone Etzi? It's a 1:17.1. That is disappointing when you consider the fastest time set is by Coque Lopez, a 1:15.4.
Coque Lopez then by 98 thousandths of a second quicker than Michael Schmiedel in this qualifying session. Coque Lopez keeps that train going for Madrid, who have taken every single pole position today. They have been on absolute fire in this series here at Catalunya. I suppose it's only fitting considering we're on Spanish soil.
I suppose so. I mean, they have been absolutely dominant here today. But even in Great Britain and in Italy earlier with RU3, it was still two different Madrid drivers taking pole. So they've swept it in qualifying. Can they do it in the race? Coque Lopez starting on pole.
Coque Lopez is starting on pole, and we'll see what he can do in this one. From Michael Schmiedel, second place. Ciro Zambra in P3. From Angelo Mikel, good qualifying from him in fourth. Yannick Pletcher will be pleased with that one, ahead of Enrique Marion. Sebastian Hirsch down in P7 from Augustin Torlacci. Sinan Demirbaş is P9 from Matthias Orjula. Marcus Valverde down in 11th, with Mohamed Ramsey being just under a second to the top, to the pole sitter car then. So top 12 separated by a second. Fabrizio Donoso is in P13 from Simone Izzy in 14th. And Mario Stanic, who didn't get a really good lap time in there, down in P15.
yeah, 25 seconds off the pace. It looks like he must have made some sort of mistake. He will be looking to right his wrongs heading into the race, but there is Koke Lopez looking composed as ever after he's just taken pole position by under a tenth of a second. I mean, if that was me in his position, my heart would be thumping. I'd be very pleased. And there is Michael Smido as well. Not on pole position, will look to try and fight it back in the race here today.
He will look to try and fight it back in the race today, but what can Ciro do from row number 2? Look at them eyes. They are laser focused on what he's got in front of him. He looks like he's really into this now. He is locked into this simulator, and he is locked into what he's got to do today. As he just gets a high five from somebody there, and a few last-minute chats and preparations. But I think Ciro was already in that zone, wasn't he, there to keep himself locked in.
I know that might ease the nerves just a little bit, having someone come up and congratulate him on a good qualifying position, but then as soon as he leaves, right back into the focus mode. It's a fantastic mindset that this young driver has, and I'm really looking forward to seeing what he can accomplish in this race.
Let's take a look then once again at the track explainer here for Barcelona. So the circuit to Catalunya, Barcelona here in Spain. What a layout it is with, 14 corners of absolute action all the way through this beautiful circuit. With the great grandstands down that start-finish straight. The 3 sectors, all in their own right, individually different. A nice little flow through this circuit with, Daniel, a 30-metre difference in elevation change.
Yeah, I said it was 20 earlier, and I guess maths was never my strong point. But yeah, it's a decent amount of elevation change along this circuit. It makes for some very exciting racing. It changes the way that these drivers break into the corners and get on the power off the exit. But it's a fantastic track. Again, it's always had a bit of a bad reputation in the racing community, but it makes for some very, very great racing. And of course, there's so many disciplines that actually come and race along this circuit, and if it didn't have that pedigree, then these series wouldn't be turning up to it. So I think everyone needs to give Catalunya just that little bit more credit that it deserves.
Yeah, indeed it does, and we'll see what happens as we go through today's event. So 15 drivers here at Racing Unleashed for the RU1 Esports series here in Spain. We head to Belgium next time out in a month's time for the RU3, for RU2 and RU1. RU3's destination is yet to be answered. What we do know is the qualification track that is set for RU3 will be the first race of the day in April. So keep your eyes out for what the qualification track will be. And we've already had 2 of the RU3 drivers, Suggest Laguna and Silverstone, and I think we've had Sapan and Suzuka. So you never know. We'll see what the the top dogs here at Racing Unleashed decide they're going to pick for the next circuits. They may already have it in mind and are just keeping it all hush-hush from all of us as we are getting ready to go onto the starting grid in this race. Seeing the moderator in our chat get some predictions in. We'll go to that in a moment, though. Mario Stanic will start P15. P14 and 13 for Simone Ize, and then Fabrizio Donoso. P12 for Mohamed Ramsey, 11th place for Marcus Valverde. What colour headband will Marcus have on today? Always wears the sweatband on the forehead. Matthias Orjula, P10, with Augusti Tolaci, 8th, and Sebastian Hirsch, P7. Enrique Marignon, P6 from Yannick Pletcher in P number 5. P4 for Angelo Mikel. Ciro Zambra, championship leader, lines up P3. P2 for Michael Schmiedel, and P1 for Koke Lopez. So the moderator in the YouTube chat asking one to make a prediction for the winner. Ciro, Lopez. So a lot of Ciro Zambras at the moment in the chat, but a couple of Lopez's in there as well. So let's see what will happen in this race. This is going to be interesting to see. It's going to be a tough one because the times are even closer once again.
Oh yeah. It was incredibly close in qualifying, and it's hard to look past the pole sitter when you consider how dominant the likes of Morato and and Nesta Garcia have been earlier today. It's hard to look past Koke Lopez to continue that trend. But look at these liveries once again. We get some really nice representations from all the teams that these drivers are a part of. So much variety, and it's a beautiful, beautiful grid that we have in front of us.
A very beautiful grid, a very colourful, bright and vibrant grid that we have in front of us as well. Somebody's just said Yannick for podium. That could be a great shout if Yannick Pletcher can get ahead of the drivers in front of him. And we just wait for the lights to appear on the screen. It's almost the calm before the storm, this stage of the race, where it all goes quiet. Just to wait for them lights to appear and the revs to rise. And it to go green. So here we go. Lights come on the screen now. We await for 6 red lights before we get the green lights to indicate that we all go here. And there are the 6 red lights. And for the final time today, we are green and go. And it's a great start from Koke Lopez out front. Just reacted a little bit quicker than Michael Schmiedel. But has Schmiedel got a better second phase? No, because Ciro Zambra's looking up the inside of Schmiedel, who tucks to the outside of Lopez. There is Ciro Zambra and Michael Schmiedel going at it, squeezing Schmiedel off the road. Schmiedel rejoins, still side by side. And Ciro Zambra with that nose just alongside, not anymore. And Schmiedel comes back in front of his championship rival so far this season. And it's a great start from everybody. Torlacci up to 8th, Murbas down to 9th, Donoso is now in 14th. As Mario Stanic has moved up to P13 from the back of the grid, but Zambra there, very aggressive from the start, Daniel.
Yeah, and I wonder if Schmiedel went off the circuit and took to the runoff at turn number 2. That might be one for the race directors to have a little look at. But Ciro Zambra, he is running in P3 at the minute. Very aggressive off the getaway as there's multiple cars fighting it out further back behind. How are they going side by side through turn number 9? I will never know. But it's been a very nice, clean getaway in this race today. Yannick Pletcher running in P4 had the best view in the house for that battle. And of course, if something were to boil over, he would have the first pick of the lot.
He would indeed. This is a replay of Sinan de Murbas of what has happened further down. So this is in towards turn 6 and 7, spun around at the chicane, rolls backwards just a little bit. A couple of cars get delayed then in their momentum through that chicane. Here is Sebastian Hirsch, who is moving up through the field. Mario Stanic has now lost out to Valverde. Ramsey has got ahead of Donoso. And Sebastian Hirsch currently got Enrique Marignon just behind him, with Angelo Mikel just ahead. Mikel and Hirsch, good friends in the Munich lounge, and love to have a great scrap out there on the circuit. There's a few lockups from the cars just further ahead up the road. That'll be the likes of Pletcher and Zambra and Schmiedel. Lopez just getting over a second out front already. That gap's come down just ever so slightly. So they all filter through and start to now get into this rhythm for this 31-lap race. So we've got the extra couple of laps that the RU2 drivers didn't have, and that's going to provide us maybe just that extra bit of excitement towards the end of this one.
Absolutely, the lap should tick by just that little bit quicker, but of course we've got just that few more of them, so it should be similar times to what we had in RU2 earlier in terms of complete race time. Sebastian Hirsch, he is right on the rear of Ciro Zambra, who seemingly is losing a little bit of time to Lopez and Schmiedel in front, as Lopez takes the fastest lap of the race, 1 minute 14.9. He's ever so slightly eking out that advantage to Michael Schmiedel in behind him, but they will all coalesce into turn number 1, 2 and 3, bunch up a little bit and then stretch out like an accordion. It's one part of this circuit which is absolutely beautiful. That turn number 1 run really can cause some excitement today.
It really can. Donoso's had a drama somewhere because he's now 12 seconds off the back of Mohamed Ramsey. So a drama for Fabrizio down there somewhere. And Yannick Pletcher just signed for a new team as well this week, a new sim racing team. So running the new livery on his car. A nice looking livery it is, I have to say. And there is Enrique Marignon as well in all its glory. Some beautiful looking liveries out there this afternoon. Of course, a couple of Williams Esports ones of Ciro Zambra on the circuit. He's, according to the timing tower, within 4/10 of Schmiedel in this race. So keeping Schmiedel honest at the moment, as nobody can really stick with Koke Lopez. And are we about to have a Madrid lounge whitewash in terms of pole positions, victories and fastest laps? Well, we've got 20-odd laps to find out in this race. Here is Enrique Marignon, push to pass activated, and like a rocket ship, through he goes on Sebastian Hirsch into turn 1. Hirsch didn't decide to use one there to defend. He's going to save his up for a little later. But Marignon, Daniel, straight through with that push to pass.
Yeah, Hirsch was happy to concede that position. He held the right-hand side and then immediately fell back in line with Enrique Marignon. But that is a very early and aggressive approach to using the push to pass for Enrique Marignon. Again, lots of lockups through turn number 5. It's a downhill left-hander, which means it's a lot easier to lock up the tyres. You have to brake a little bit earlier than you would expect, and I think that's catching a couple of the drivers out. Here is the replay from Marignon, and you can really see the difference in pace when a driver's using the push to pass. It is blatantly obvious that Marignon was on the button there, but now he's going to have one less to fight with later on in this race. So it gives and it takes away.
Does indeed, as here is Yannick Pletcher trying to stick on the back of Ciro Zambra. Did a good job last time out to remain on that podium before an incident with Coque Lopez that dropped Yannick Pletcher down to P8 in the results. Here is Yannick, just having a look at his delta in the bottom left-hand corner of the screen of what he's doing at the moment. Really aggressive on that turn 1 curve there from Yannick Pletcher. Takes a different line. Interesting to see some different lines through turn 3 there. Some people just holding a tighter exit compared to others who drifted out wide, and Yannick trying to stick onto the back of that top 3. He's really raced his game over the years here at Racing Unleashed. Has been absolutely fantastic to see this young man's progression. And so far, he's not doing a bad job in this race. Looks like he's kind of the leader of that best of the rest group at the moment.
Absolutely, and the gaps are beginning to form at the minute. Coque Lopez is nearly 2 seconds clear of Michael Schmidl, headed in towards turn number 10. Sebastian Hirsch is right in the thick of things, behind Angelo Michel, who has lost the position as well to Enrique Marignon. So I wonder, is that some more push-to-pass deployment from Enrique there to really go aggressive early in this race, try and build that buffer, and then hold off towards the end? Not quite sure what his strategy is here, as Sebastian Hirsch is beginning to close on Angelo Michel, who's going to hold that inside line. Hirsch will have to go the long way round, and Michel will place his car beautifully to block off any attempt at an overtake from Sebastian Hirsch. That was very nicely defended from Angelo there.
It was indeed, and Coque Lopez has, well, he did extend his gap to over 2 seconds. It's now back down under that margin, so just fluctuating a little bit on the timing screen. So it's now down to 1.2. So has Schmidl somewhere used push to pass, or has he just did Coque just make a mistake maybe through the corners? Hard to tell. At the moment, we'll keep our eyes on that fight out front. But good little scrap here between Hirsch, between Mikel, Marignon, Torlachi's now getting onto the back of this train as well. So a good little fight between 4 of these drivers who are just starting to use them push to pass over other drivers, and just maybe take a lap or two to try and build a gap a bit more with that push to pass. Of course, like you said, Daniel, it's going to have a knock-on effect later on in the race when they won't have it to use to their disposal.
Absolutely. It really is a strategy game at this point, as we've got the fantastic drone shot once again of Ciro Zambra following in the wheel tracks of Michael Schmidl, who is losing time to Coque Lopez, who's ever so slightly, lap after lap, stretched that advantage. As here is the onboard shot with Ciro Zambra, recently rebranded Williams. I believe they're Williams Gaming now, rather than sim racing. But then we got that offboard shot. We've seen how laser focused Ciro Zambra is, and I can imagine that he hasn't blinked in a good 5 laps at this point. So he's following in the wheel tracks, he's doing the best he can, and I'd say he's closing that gap down.
Yeah, I'd say it looks like he's bringing that gap down to Schmidl. And he's not exactly dropping Yannick Pletcher, is he? Pletcher's still sticking in there at the moment as well. So interesting to see that Yannick just trying to hold on to these front 3. And then you've got Marignon, who might try and close in on Yannick Pletcher. Marcus Valverde is on the back of Orjulev, down for 9th and 10th. And you've got Stanic, who's trying to stay to the back of Valverde as well. Here is Marcus Valverde on the back of Orjula there in the Williams liveried car. There is Stanic, who started last. It's the orange headband for Marcus Valverde today. It was purple last time out. And let's see what he can do. He's kind of Marcus Valverde's trademark, yeah. He's every Racing Unleashed race, he's got the headband on. And it's always a different colour, which is nice to see.
Sets him apart. I'm going to remember that for the next ones, that Marcus Valverde is going to have a different headband on next time we race in about a month's time at Spa-Francorchamps. But yeah, it's a very unique thing to do. So well done to Marcus Valverde for standing out from the crowd, and he's running in P10 at the minute. Certainly not standing out from the crowd, right in the very middle of the pack at the minute, trying to close down to Orwella. Hopefully I've said that one right. They are about 2.5 seconds behind the top 8 at the minute, so starting to fall off the pace a little bit. And again, it gets to that point where you realize that you're not going to be in the fight later on in the race. You need to have some sense of urgency to get a move on and close up to the top 8 once again. Yeah,
and that's the problem, isn't it? A bit of a shorter grid than what we've seen today. So we've 4 cars less than we had in RU2. And just a few gaps just opening up a little bit more means you've just got to work extra hard here as Sebastian Hirsch once again looks on Angelo Mikel. And these two will know how they race for so long now. They've been good friends in the Munich Lounge. They've raced each other hard many a season. And they'll know how each other attack and defend at the back of their hands here. But just these gaps starting to play out means you've got to work even harder to extract more from the car. And in these motion-censored simulators, it will take a bit out of you physically to just do that. So, going to be difficult for these drivers to try and close these gaps up as this race starts to go on, unless they have saved their push to pass.
Absolutely right there. The push to pass is a great element of this race. It's not like something you can recharge and then use later, or it's not like a seconds amount. It's only 8 deployments that these drivers get, which over a 31-lap race there is Marcos Valverde down the inside of Orwella, but he locks the tyres, headed in towards turn at number 11 now, and they're going to be side by side. We've got the drone shot here through turn number 12. I think Orwella's going to back out of that one, so Marcos Valverde has had enough of seeing the Williams Gaming driver in front of him, and now is going to try and close a 4-second gap to Augustin Torlaci in front of him.
Indeed he is. Who's that? That's Torlaci actually getting past Sebastian Hirsch. So Valverde will now be trying to catch Hirsch instead of Torlaci as Torlaci makes the move on Sebastian. And a nice little move into turn 1 it was as well. Really good overtakes. We've seen some, I tell you what, we've been treated and spoiled some beautiful overtakes today, haven't we? Across all RU3, RU2 and RU1.
Oh yeah, absolutely. We've seen so many drivers in so many different ways as well make overtakes, and in some very peculiar parts of all of Donington, Vallelunga, and of course the circuit, the Barcelona, Catalunya. It's really been a great day for racing here in the RU Esports series, and it's already, I'm already begging for more. We're not even finished this race at this point. We've still got 22 coming on to 21 laps to go in this one, and I just want more racing. I don't want it to stop at this point, but it's really been enjoyable today. It's been fantastic to witness the overtakes.
Really has. I'm going to bring you an update on Fabrizio Donoso, who actually had a jump start, so an in-game drive-through penalty for a jump start that he served. So that is why he is so far down the pack in last place by quite a margin. So that'll explain why he's still... he's gaining on Simone, but not a lot. Angelo Mikel, though, is now lost out to Torlaci and to Sebastian Hirsch. We're currently watching Mario Stanic gain on Orjula. But there is Hirsch, there is Torlaci, and there is Angelo Mikel. What has just happened to the young man who has lost out then to the 2 ahead of him? So Torlaci now, all of a sudden, within a handful of laps, is up to 6th place and can start to go after Enrique Marin.
And these drivers tumbling over each other will push them back the way of Marcos Valverde. They can see the orange mark of his forehead just getting bigger and bigger in the rear view mirrors. So they got to keep an eye out for Marcos Valverde. He's very easy to spot but once he's past you, he'll be a flash of orange. So yeah, it will push them back the way of Valverde, of Oruela, and Mario Stanic in behind as well. Will make a nice 6-car battle for 6th position in this race. And we can really create some excitement. You can see them pulling through the final corner and closing on to the other 3 drivers. But lap number 12 beginning, we've still got plenty of racing left to be had, just under 2/3 of the way to go. And so now, drivers are starting to settle into the rhythm of this race, but it won't be long until they get racy again.
The top 5 drivers in this race on their last lap were separated by 0.09, 900ths of a second. Separated the top 5s in terms of their lap time, should I say, not the gap on track, their best lap times. So there's no wonder the top 5 aren't able to get any closer, because they're not really being able to extract anything to pull themselves closer. They're so Coque Lopez 1:14.9, 1:14. Sorry, that's the fastest lap. 1:15.4 for Lopez, 1:15.5 for Schmiedel, 1:15.4 for Zambra, and a 15.5 for Pletcher and Marion. It's just not allowing the top 5 to get any closer, but they're also not really losing anything.
It's just like it's like 2 stockfishers playing against each other in chess. You know, it will always end in a draw. It's that they're so good at what they do that they cancel each other out essentially, and it can be very difficult for them to actually make up time on each other. But still, it's a long way to go. Mistakes can happen. These are still humans in the cars, as much as they seem like perfected robots in these cockpits. I mean, they are still human. Mistakes can happen. Ciro Zambra, he is certainly applying the pressure to Michael Schmiedel at the minute. Just 0.2 of a second separating them at the minute off the exit of the corner through turn at number 6 and 7 now. They're getting very close to each other.
They are, and let's see what will happen. Who has used what push to pass again? We don't know, and the drivers don't know either as they come through. Oh, big lock up there from Schmiedel. Just seeing the live camera footage of Ciro Zambra's footwork on the pedals, and back now to see him working hard. Is Ciro Zambra round the penultimate corner. Down into that final corner he goes. Ciro trying to get a little bit closer. Is he thinking of maybe using a push to pass this lap? Have they both used one, or has none used any, because they stay at round about the same gap? But the bonus is that Coque Lopez is just slowly pulling away a little bit here. And if you thought the other laps was crazy, the top 5 have all just done a 1:15.4. So they're even more on the same pace as each other now.
They are near identical in their lap times, and this is the level that you are getting here in RU1. These guys are so good at what they do. They're near perfect every single lap. Ciro Zambra still applying the pressure to Michael Schmiedel in front of him. Yannick Pletcher's fallen off the back ever so slightly of these two, as we've got a replay of an overtake here. I think that is Stanic getting through on Oruela in towards the first corner. Indeed, it was down in towards turn number 1. So a top 10 position for Mario Stanic will do him very nicely indeed. But Ciro Zambra still in the wheel tracks with Schmiedel. He looks closer this time by.
Does look a little bit closer, and I'm just wondering if that's going to encourage him to maybe use that push to pass activation through the final corner. Let's see now if Ciro will just try and get a couple of tenths closer down this start-finish straight. Doesn't seem to be. So again, they've either both used it or not at all, and just kind of a stalemate at the moment, isn't it, on who's going to use it when. And at the minute, it looks like they're both just cancelling each other out, as here comes Oruela then through on Stanic once again to the outside of turn 1 and right around the outside. Beautiful overtake once more, and Matthias moves back up into P number 10.
Yeah, great move there from Matthias Oruela, but these guys swapping positions like this, it's going to leave them vulnerable to dropping time to Valverde if they're getting on the push to pass over each other, and then Valverde's in front of them. I mean, they're not really gaining anything on him whatsoever. They're not a million miles away from the lead of this race, about 15 seconds from Coque Lopez at the minute. So they're not down and out, and we saw the drama that unfolded in RU2 just a little bit earlier on today. So anything can happen as we're nearing the halfway point of this race.
Yeah, and that's the thing to keep your mind focused on, isn't it? Is yes, you may be 15 seconds off the lead, but anything could happen. Drive-through penalties, a spin here or there could bring you right back into contention for a better result. So keep your eyes focused, keep yourself going and motivated. Just try and tell yourself, the more you stay within that margin of the cars in front and something happens, the more you might be able to gain. As Ciro Zambra now within half a second, it's just gone up a little bit more, as this is Stanic trying to get back on Orwella. Down towards turn number 1, no push to pass that time for Stanic. We saw Orwella make the move around the outside of turn 1 last time.
Look at these innovative machinery.
Yeah, beautiful.
It's gorgeous, really, and I think the honestly, to me, the main selling point is how quiet they are that you mentioned about.
Yeah.
That really is impressive that you can have such detailed motion. You've got this off-board shot with Mario Stanic, and watching how his car's moving in the game is replicated with a click of a fingers by the machinery. So it's a fantastic bit of equipment that we have at the RU lounges. And it's so impressive as Stanic still follows in the wheel tracks of Orwella. It's not looking to give this one up anytime soon. But again, if they keep burning the push to pass this early on, then they're not going to have any later on in the day, as Ciro Zambra still follows behind, not pulling the trigger yet.
No, he's just chipping away slowly at Schmiedel. Whereas he's been pulling away from Yannick Pletcher again. Not a lot, as Mario Stanic now is looking to the outside in towards turn number 1 on Orwella and gets through around the outside. So almost a carbon copy of what happened, but the opposite way around, a couple of laps to go. So Stanic moves up into P10. Remember, he started last. He's now running in the top 10, so good drive from Stanic at the moment.
Oh yeah, absolutely. He's been fantastic today. He's stayed out of incidents, and he's been fighting very, very hardly with Matthias Orwella, who's a very, very talented sim racer in his own right. But Matthew, we have got another. Well, we got the same guest in the box again. It's Seb. He's back.
He's back. You can't keep him away from the commentary box today. Sebastian, welcome back to the commentary booth. It's been a good start to the RU1 second round of the season.
Yeah, it's been super. I think it's at that stage where I think I last caught you with RU2, where just drivers sat working out their strategy, keeping that endurance up, that concentration, and I think we'll start to get some excitement again towards the end of the race.
Yeah, it's been a pretty quiet one, like you say, though, but it's got that feeling and that sense about it that drivers just waiting for push to pass to be used. Towards the last 10 or so laps of this race, it's going to come together where we could see some fantastic epic battles.
Yeah, exactly, and I think you've also got a lot of close drivers in terms of their pace and performance, so the margin is a lot smaller. It's all about marginal gains. What's that 2-3% that each driver's got that they can bring to the table? Is that they can just keep that concentration for the final 5 laps? It's all mind games as well, so it's interesting. But yeah, I think the push to pass is still to play for. A few of them still holding on to that from what I can see on my screens, but yeah, it's good. It's a great race and lots of close battling to come, I think.
You're saying about finding that extra 2 or 3% and then find margins in the lap times. We see in the top 5 at the moment, lap within the similar sort of margin over the last 5 or so, 6 or so laps, if not more. It really is the elite level of performance here at Racing Unleashed, that these drivers are just matching each other. And it is that fine attention to detail on the race day that could get you that extra 10th or 2 to win the race.
That's it, and I think that's why when you see these small mistakes that drivers make, they are, to us on the outside and probably to those watching at home, it's a lot smaller mistake, and maybe even not a mistake in our eyes, but to them, they know when they've lost a 10th in a lap and the impact that can have, because if your rival's absolutely perfect, you need to be perfect and even more. So it's always close, and we see it straight from qualifying, right? Qualifying just as important as the rest of the races. The attrition rate is a lot lower here. You're seeing drivers staying together a lot longer. So it's good, and we've got a lot of drivers in here who notoriously are known for their ability to drive at this top end of the sim racing industry.
Indeed. Daniel, anything you'd like to add?
Yeah, I mean, I just want to garner your thoughts on what it means to be in RU1 compared to RU2 from what we've seen today. I mean, what really is the difference maker that we've seen earlier on compared to what these drivers are putting on today, right now?
I think the first one is on the screen now, right? It's a Williams Formula One livery in RU1. It's, you know, it's the proving ground for these drivers to show not only to the teams they're a part of, but the teams that they might be a part of in the future. This is the pro level of sim racing. These drivers are showing what they are like in terms of characters, you know, what they're like as individuals on and off the track, but also what their skill looks like. And, you know, we know that this industry is notoriously difficult, and the point of this championship and the subsequent championships before is to create that visibility, to show these teams that this talent progresses, but also puts in so much dedication and time. Every sim racer that's on the screen now, from RU3 as well, puts in every single hour that they've got available. And even in this unique environment that we've got here, you know that those with sims at home are doing the exact same testing. So I think it's, you know, it's a testament to the ability that we've got here. And I think ultimately this is a platform for scouting talent. And if they're not in teams, I'm sure they will be soon.
Of course,
and finally from, oh, sorry, go on, Dan.
No, sorry. I've seen the live shot of the race directors. What's it mean behind the scenes for everyone working here today to see the success and to see how incredible this series has become?
Yeah, I think, you know, there's lots of stuff behind the scenes, as every championship that happens, from, you know, the marketing, the build up to these events, but also to the race control team that we have there. They're working tirelessly, you know, across RU3, RU2 and RU1 to collect the incidents, to take the driver incident reports, go through there, use the rule book, and really make sure to make, you know, fair choices in their decisions, which I think is very important. One of the things that we sort of pride ourselves on here is making sure that decisions are made with all the information and that there's a reasonable outcome. And, you know, I think that's the importance of having multiple stewards and also giving the opportunity for drivers to report incidents. It's very important that drivers share with us feedback, and that feedback can be a whole host of things. You know, we spend the weeks leading up to these events developing the cars, the tracks, the IT side that sits behind and allows us to do this across Bull Lounges. So there's a whole multitude of things happening that you don't see, and you know, we're here to create, again, that platform, that environment that drivers can capitalize on and enjoy. And, you know, the feedback we have is really strong, and we hope we keep building on that.
And we've seen a lot of the shots today, Sebastian, in the lounges across all three have looked absolutely busy, rammed, full of people watching and enjoying the action and excitement. You're in the Zurich City Lounge at the moment. Just tell us a bit more about that atmosphere in there. It seems like a few more people seem to have joined in as the day's gone by and are sat enjoying some good racing.
Yeah, I think, you know, this is something that, for me, I think is very important. I've had the luxury of working with drivers in sim racing from the start of their careers to where they are today, as well as now with the competition side opening up and creating that platform. But I think something that in the old days of sim racing, parents weren't particularly sure what their son or daughter was doing and what that entailed being a sim racer. And now this world opens up and shows that new emerging talent can have their families behind them, come in and support and see what they're doing. But also that existing talent can bring down family, partners, friends and guests. And I think that's really important when we look at the world that we have for sim racers. We talk about partnerships, we talk about, you know, creating your brand, creating your IP. The important thing with Racing Unleashed is to allow drivers to be able to do that and to have a place where they're able to ultimately build their CV, but also show off what they're capable of. And I think that's what we're creating here. And all these drivers are the prodigies that come through our system, but ultimately are there to build on themselves, and we're giving them that environment to do so. So it's great to look down and see everybody watching, to understand what the sport is, maybe for the first time, or to support their driver of choice.
Well, Sebastian, thank you for joining us today. We'll let you go for the final 10 laps of this race. And yeah, thank you. Been a pleasure.
A pleasure as always. Enjoy.
So we are into that final 10 laps, final 9 laps now. And just while we were talking to Sebastian there a little bit, Daniel, Ciro Zambra has been chipping away at Michael Schmiedl.
Absolutely, and here is Sebastian Hirsch looking to make a move on Augustin Torlaschi in towards turn number 1, but you're absolutely right. Zambra has still been hot on the heels of Michael Schmiedl, and they are dropping time as well to Coque Lopez, so they starting to find themselves in a race of their own. And I'm just wondering, when is Ciro Zambra going to bite the bullet and go for the move? It was a nice overtake there from Sebastian Hirsch to get himself back up into P6, but here is the man in question. Ciro Zambra still in the wheel tracks of Michael Schmiedl.
And this really, the championship fight at the moment between these two. Zambra is leading the way on 36 points. Schmiedl is on 29. Schmiedl will still be behind Zambra, as we can see the replay of Hirsch getting past. Oh no, is that Hirsch being re-overtaken? No, it is Hirsch getting past Torlachi. But yeah, so I think from my calculations, Zambra should still be leading it. If it stays this way, Coque Lopez will be up into third, maybe even a bit closer. As here they go, side by side. Ciro Zambra's up the inside into turn number 1. And Ciro Zambra, well, he's been patiently building and building for that. And he's just got ahead of Michael Schmiedl, as easy as you like. Now what can Schmiedl do? The defending champion is going to have to try and come back at him.
Yeah, Schmiedl was happy to let him through there. He didn't seem to really be bothered by the fact that Ciro Zambra was making the move. He now sees it as ball is in his court. He is now the one hot on the heels of Ciro Zambra with about, 7 laps to go? I think 7 laps to go this time by. So it is all to play for Michael Schmiedl. Still plenty of racing left to be had. And now he is the one on the attack.
He is the one on the attack, and the question is can Ciro Zambra gain that 2.5 seconds to just close in on Coque Lopez? I'm going to assume that Lopez has maybe kept some push to pass back, because he's not needed to really use it to defend or attack at the moment, has he? He's been kind of nice. He's been in a calm window, as this is the replay. Look, push to pass in use for Ciro Zambra, just flew by Michael Schmiedl, and yeah, nicely done. Augustin Torlachi then rounds the penultimate corner. Just hear him, just a little tentative on and off the throttle a little bit there, and through he goes down the start-finish straight now as he's on the back of Angelo Mikel to try and make up another place. Cuts to the inside, he's going to go to the outside. You see that overspeed the push to pass has given him, but it looked like there that Mikel was strong enough to hang on to defend that, and Augustin Torlachi has to yield that place and just cannot get through yet. Lap 25 of 31.
Held my breath there when they had a little bit of contact. Torlachi really wanted that overtake. Mikel again placing his car perfectly. He's been very strong on the defensive, has Mikel today. Not necessarily had the pace to be up at the very front of the order, but he's had some excellent racecraft here this afternoon. Here is Yannick Pletcher, who has struggled to keep up with Ciro Zambra and Michael Schmiedl, and he has got the charging Enrique Marignon right behind him. We've seen some prolific overtakes from Enrique so far today. Pletcher has kind of just been able to run his own race. He's been in 4th position for practically the entire 25 laps, now 26 laps that we have had so far today. But he might have a test on his hands with Marignon.
He might do. And we'll see what happens. Again, Yannick's another driver that may have a lot of push to pass in store, though, because I've not seen him attack or really defend much in this race. So it's all about what they've got left, and this is the thing about not knowing what usages they've got left to use. It just means that we're on the edge of our seat, waiting to find out if they do it or not. Well, Yannick Pletcher he's not a million miles behind Schmiedl. You know, he's 1.5 off the bike, so maybe looking at a podium, but he's also got to have that fear of Enrique Marignon behind coming to attack him.
Absolutely, he's not out of it whatsoever, and if tensions run high between Ciro Zambra and Michael Schmiedl, he is the first one to be able to get the positions. It's similar to what it was at the start of the race. If there's any fallout between the pair of them, he will be the first one to pick up the pieces. So Yannick Pletcher's doing a fantastic job of his running. He's not over-pushed the car, and I think in a race like this, it is better to be quiet than to be on screen. You know, he's just doing what he can to stay as consistent as possible. Goes back to a point of what I said earlier on in the broadcast about it's not about necessarily being the quickest driver, but it's about being the absolute best that you can be. And Yannick Pletcher seems to be living that ethos perfectly.
Yeah, and I think Yannick will take a lot away from today. I think he'll be very happy with today's work that he has been able to put in. And let's see what will happen in this race. We're on lap 27 of 31. We're coming to the end of today in what has been a fantastic day of racing throughout the entire RU3, RU2 and RU1 series, and we'll be back on the 26th of April. Reminder once again, if you would like to get involved with anything here on in terms of the racing on track at Racing Unleashed, join us on Discord. You can get a QR code pop up in the top right corner in a moment. And there you can be pointed in the right direction if you fancy your chances of being on the grid for RU3 next time out. Qualification period will open around about the 15th of April. And you have to be in one of the racing lounges, whether it's Zurich Circle, the Zurich City Centre, the Motorworld building in Munich, or in Madrid's lounge there to participate and try and be on the grid for the unknown circuits of RU3 on the 26th of April. So we come down in towards turn one. Pletcher starting to creep on Schmiedel now all of a sudden.
I wonder if there was a mistake from Schmiedel, because he's dropped a lot of time to Cyril Zambra in front of him, and now Pletcher seems to be pulling the trigger ever so slightly. He's feeling himself at this point. He knows he's got a real good chance of taking a podium, as a big lock up there from Michael Schmiedel in the downhill left-hander of turn number 5 in towards TV3 of turn number 6 and 7. Pletcher has got to do everything that he can to stay with Schmiedel. Once Schmiedel gets back into a rhythm, Pletcher is going to have a difficult time following him. Further back behind as well, Marignon has really fallen off the back, so I feel like Yannick Pletcher, he's turned it up a notch.
He does seem to have, doesn't he? He seems to have got closer to the back of Schmiedel, and Schmiedel's brought the gap back down to Cyril Zambra there a little bit. So we'll keep our eyes on this, and we'll see on that push to pass usage, what will Yannick Pletcher think of doing? I think Yannick's got one push to pass left. I'm just seeing above his speedometer that he's got one usage of push to pass left there on his monitor. So that could be an interesting one to keep our eyes on when he might activate that. The question is how much does Schmiedel have left at his disposal? Because he's really lost even more time to Ciro Zambra. That gap's nearly 2 seconds. And Zambra, is he just starting to bring that gap down to Lopez? It's kind of fluctuating between 3 seconds and now look down to 1.6. So is Zambra getting closer to the leader with 2 laps to go after this one?
Oh, I'm not too sure. I really am. And it is exciting to witness, because there's still plenty of action left to be had, and we can only fit it in 2.5 laps here. Koke Lopez is on his way to a Grand Slam win. He's led every single lap today, and he's got the fastest lap. He just needs to cross the line in first. Of course, it will be a lights to flag victory here from him. Yannick Pletcher, he has also turned it up. He's done very, very well to close the gap to Michael Schmiedel, and this could be his opportunity to possibly use that final push to pass that he has, as off the exit of Catalunya for the 29th time to begin lap number 30. He is closing Yannick Pletcher. He's on the push to pass, and in towards turn at number 1 will look towards the inside line of Michael Schmiedel and makes the move onto the final spot to the podium at the beginning of lap number 30.
Now the question is how much does Schmiedel have push to pass wise left to try and get back ahead of Yannick Pletcher? Pletcher has done a terrific job to get himself up onto this podium. He has been quiet all race. Like Daniel has said, it's better to go quiet and unnoticed. And now he has been noticed. He's overtaken the defending champion for that final podium spot, as there is Donoso, who goes a lap down to the leaders. And with 1.5 to go, Yannick Pletcher, can he hang on in there for P3?
You can see at the top of his screen, he's got the rear view there. Michael Schmiedel's keeping him very close company as they approach turn at number 10 for the penultimate time. They are still hammer and tong, and with an outside shot of making it onto the podium is Enrique Marignon. He is also really closed up on this last lap, as Koke Lopez will cross the line to begin the final lap of this race.
He will indeed. Koke Lopez, who hasn't put a foot wrong here, has got to do it one more time in what has been a calm race. Well, it won't be the Grand Slam because Enrique Marignon has taken the fastest lap. Will Koke Lopez now decide to use push to pass that he may have at his disposal to get that back and to take that Grand Slam win? Either way, it will still be a phenomenal day for Koke Lopez, who has drove a tremendous race in this one. Marignon is gaining on Schmiedel now. Schmiedel's still with Pletcher, but Marignon has now come late to the party. What a drive this could be from Enrique Marignon. He was nowhere near Yannick Pletcher 2 laps ago, and he's now on the back of potentially P4.
but he's running out of time. They're all running out of time to make these moves stick. Yannick Pletcher has got one long straight, well, long-ish straight, which is this one to defend. But I think that battle might be finally coming to an end, as here is Koke Lopez.
Rounds the penultimate corner, rounds the final corner, and to make it a Spanish dominant day, the Madrid Lounge will be very happy. Koke Lopez wins at Barcelona and takes the fastest lap, with Ciro Zambra second from Yannick Pletcher in third place. What a drive from everybody out there. Schmiedl P4, Marignon P5, and Yannick Pletcher, a very, very happy man.
You see what that means to him. Look at that. Look at that celebration from him there. Absolutely beside himself and getting the support from his friends. Really incredible to see, as everyone will come across the line to complete their race. Koke Lopez taking a Grand Slam win. There is Ciro Zambra getting his well-deserved plaudits here. He seemed absolutely pleased with that performance there. It was a great race all round from all these guys today.
It was indeed, and imagine being in Madrid today. 4 pole positions, 4 fastest laps, 4 race wins. Not a bad day to be in the Madrid Lounge, is it?
No, not at all. I think they've done all right, haven't they, over at Madrid? And if I'm racing in Zurich or Munich, then I've got a chip on my shoulder for the rest of the season that I want to beat anyone racing in that Madrid facility.
And that is lovely to see Yannick's mum and dad there coming over to congratulate him. It's a lovely scenes to see there in Zurich. There is Koke Lopez. We'll speak with the top 3 in a few moments' time. But what a race here at Barcelona. We now turn our attention to Spa in a month's time. Their RU1 is getting spicy. 2 different winners in 2 races in RU1. What a championship this is going to turn out to be. Yannick Pletcher, P3, and he looks over the moon with that.
It's a great race from him. That is really quite cute. His mum taking a photo of him celebrating what was a fantastic result from himself there. He comes home in P3, but it's Koke Lopez taking an absolutely dominant win and getting the Grand Slam with it.
Indeed it is. He wins by 3.4 seconds from Ciro Zambra. Yannick Pletcher was in P3 from Michael Schmiedl. Enrique Marignon P5 with Sebastian Hirsch and Angelo Mikel 6th and 7th. Augustin Torlaci was P8 from Marcus Valverde. Mario Stanic from the back of the grid rounded out your top 10. Sinan Demirbas was P11 from Mohamed Ramzi in 12th. Matthias Orjula will be P13 from Simone Ize. And then Fabrizio Donoso in P15. And your provisional championship results as well are as follows. Ciro Zambra will still lead the way with that second place, and that win puts Koke Lopez up into second ahead of Michael Schmiedl. Enrique Marignon is 4th ahead of Yannick Pletcher, with Sebastian Hirsch, Augustin Torlaci and Angelo Mikel all climbing up above Alejandro Sanchez. Marcus Valverde is P10 from Mario Stanic. Matthias Orjula, Simone Ize, Fabrizio Donzo, Mohamed Ramzi and Sergio Sobrino is bottom of the standings. But 5 points separates the championship leader of Ciro Zambra from Koke Lopez, and we can hear from Yannick Pletcher now in Zurich, who I know will be a very, very happy man. Yannick, congratulations. After what happened at Spielberg a month ago, that one must feel really, really good.
Yeah, it felt amazing, the whole 30 laps. And I was just pushing flat out all the time. And it was just, overall, it was so much fun. I really enjoyed it. And yeah, it's just amazing to end up in P3.
Quiet race up until towards the end for yourself there, Yannick. It looked like it was about building what you was going to do at that end and strategizing what the plan would be. And it was a beautiful overtake on Schmiedl into turn 1.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, it was all about strategy in the end, because I knew Ciro wants to pass Schmiedl because he's faster, and then I was just keeping my push to passes until the end, and then going 7 full quali laps flat out to overtaking them with the last one.
Well, it was a brilliant drive from you. We head over to Spa in April. What's your thoughts on Spa?
yeah, overall, I'm just gonna practice how I'm doing at the moment. I'm gonna practice as much as I can to prepare myself, because this is so important for me. So I'm gonna practice much to be up there also. Yes.
Well, we wish you the best of luck. It was also very nice to see your family celebrating with you there at the end. So congratulations today. We'll see you at Spa.
Thank you, Matthew.
And we'll await now for Ciro Zambra to come in for his interview. There is the live camera crew. We see there a few of the other drivers. Tiziano Caponio just next to Ciro Zambra in the jeans as they have a nice high five. And we'll get to chat to Ciro Zambra now as the headset goes on. Ciro, welcome back to the podium. Not P1 that you maybe would have hoped for, but a solid P2 in this championship fight.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good result, you know. I, of course, wanted the P1, but as soon as quali was over and I was in P3, I knew it was going to be a very hard task. But in the end, I'll take a P2 because the championship is eight races long, so still a lot to go. Unfortunately, didn't get the fastest lap in the last lap. I think I was 300s behind Koke on that one, but massive congrats to him and Yannick, of course.
Yeah, great race for yourself today. Just trying to keep that consistency. That's what's going to help you win this championship, isn't it? Being the most consistent.
Yeah, exactly. That's what Smiddle showed last year with no win, and still he won the championship. So it's all about getting those podium results every race and hope that others don't get it, you know. But I think it's going to be a very tight championship because Koke is very fast as well. I think we are about on the same pace. So it will be a good one. And also, I knew that I could overtake Smiddle because he was using the push to passes too early in the race, and then I knew I'm gonna get him. So it was all about just driving consistent in this one as well.
We've got Spa coming up in a month's time. What can you do around Spa?
I personally like Spa more than Barcelona, but it's definitely a very tough track because it's a long track. So gotta nail a lot of corners in qualifying as well. Last year was good, but I remember that Koke was good as well. So for sure it will be a close one, but I'll give it my best.
Indeed you will. It's game on now, Ciro. We look forward to seeing you next time out. Good luck.
Thank you. Thank you, Matthew.
And we can head over to what should be a very happy Madrid Racing Lounge today. 4 fastest lap, 4 pole positions, 4 race wins for Madrid. And Koke Lopez, you got the last one. What a drive from you.
Yeah, it was a difficult one because in this track it's so easy to do off tracks. Actually, I was listening to Ciro, and it's true that we had a similar pace, but my pace was with half of the laps doing off track. So I had to manage a lot during the race to try to avoid a lot of off tracks. Thankfully, I only did 4 or 5, but in the last couple or 3 that I did, I decided to lift a bit to avoid the warning just in case, because I knew for the end of the race we would fight for the fastest lap and some warnings might happen there. And yeah, it was a very nice one because after a so-so first round with not the best pace, I was fast but didn't have a good consistency. I think now I'm back on where I think I should be, especially from the amount of time I'm practicing. And happy to be winning this round and looking forward for the next rounds.
Puts you in a good position in the championship. Yes, there's still 6 races to go after this one, but 5 points behind Ciro. Puts you really in contention now, and you're showing a different level to last season where you are fighting up front a bit more.
Yeah, the problem I had last season is that I was coming after 3 years of break here in Racing Unleashed, so rounds were pretty bad. To be honest, my pace was not there. First round in Barcelona here, I was like 7/10 to Alejandro in the fastest lap, to Alejandro Sanchez. So I was quite scared for this round, but thankfully with a lot of training and a lot of fuel from my hometown to Madrid, because I'm so far, I was able to put a good pace, and now let's see what happens in the next ones.
Indeed. Thoughts on Spa looking forward to next month in April? What can you do around there?
It's my favorite track, to be honest. It's a very fluent one. I just don't like Sector 1 and Sector 3, which has the first and the last corner. But about Sector 2, I really enjoy driving there. Last year, I didn't do a nice quali and still was able to take the pole, even though I know other competitors made some mistakes. So, of course, without their mistakes, maybe it could have been P3. But yeah, I will enjoy the track a lot. I will not have the time as I have for this round to practice. but I think because it's Spa, I will be able to get back or to be on the pace quickly without a lot of days needed.
Well, congratulations today, Koke. Enjoy the race win, and we'll see you next time.
Thank you, bye-bye.
And what a race, and what a day it has been here at Racing Unleashed. RU1 done. Daniel, thank you very much for joining me in the commentary box. It's been a pleasure to have you here.
Oh, it's been incredible. It's been a pleasure and a privilege to be able to commentate over this fantastic event. All of RU3, 2, and of course, just recently 1. It was so impressive for every single driver, I think, every single discipline, the top guys and the more inexperienced, younger, raw talents. It was really incredible to witness. And I think as the season goes on, it is really going to ramp up. So I can't wait for the rest of the season to take place. We're still in the early stages, still all to play for.
Still all to play for. Remember, the spring format for RU3 means that there are only 2 months left of racing for them before they have a few drivers promoted and a couple relegated from RU2. But the RU2 and RU1 drivers and RU3 will all be back on the 26th of April. We know it is Spa for the RU1 and 2 drivers. And then we are unsure on where the tracks are for RU3, or they are hidden for us at the moment and will be released on our social media platforms at a later date. So make sure you check them out. And if you want to be a part of RU3, then head over to our Discord or our website, racing-unleashed.com, and there you'll be able to be pointed in the right direction to signing up to RU3. But what a day it has been. Madrid have absolutely dominated. And from me and Daniel, we'll see you next month in Belgium. Goodbye.